This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are back live with another day of the playoffs here for Season 5 of the ESL Mobile Open. My name is Paul and Verum Toddkill, and I am so stoked to bring you all the amazing auto chess action today. It's the first day of auto chess here in the playoffs, and I cannot wait to see what these players have in store for us. But before we get into the games, before we get into the matches, I have some announcements, some reminders. Of course, the first one is that AT&T is joining us once again as the official mobile partner for the ESL Mobile Open. We could not be more happy to have them back once again, having them be the official presenting partner, I should say. We have Sony with their Xperia as well as the official mobile partner. It is amazing to have all these amazing companies back with us once again, just sharing the love here, supporting the grassroots of mobile esports. It is absolutely fantastic. And again, not only helping us put on broadcasts like this, but giving these players a platform on which to compete, to get better, and to continue to progress over the course of this. So it's been a whole lot of fun, and we're so glad to have them back once again. But of course, how did our players get here? If you're just joining us, what is the ESL Mobile Open? Well, it is an open competition for anyone in North America to get involved in the world of mobile gaming and mobile esports. All you need is a phone. It is free to enter. Anybody can sign up and get involved. And over the last 6 weeks, our players have been doing just that. Through 4 weeks of open qualifiers, 2 weeks of closed qualifiers, it has been amazing to see these players get whittled down now to our top 24. Because you know what? There are a lot of mobile gamers in the United States. In fact, there's over 200 million mobile gamers in the United States alone, and we have had over 1 million entrants so far in the ESL Mobile Open. That is a lot of players over the last year and a half. But this season, for auto chess, only 24. That is the number that has made it here to our playoffs. Only 24 players whittled down from hundreds, but only 8 will advance to our finals. That will be our last lobby, and I cannot wait to see which players it's going to be, because we have a lot of top North American talent here on display. If you want to get better auto chess, just watch what these guys are doing. They will blow your mind. But you know what? Because these plays are so epic, because there's so much going on, so much strategy involved, I can't do this by myself. I can't do this alone. So we have Axel Toss, who's going to be joining us here. You have a lot of history and experience in the world of auto chess. We are so glad to have you here for our show.
Yeah, it's hey, thanks for having me, Paul. I'm super excited to be here. And auto chess, it's a special game. You know, it's new, it's still being established. Some people might know me from the StarCraft scene, which I jumped in near the beginning, and then Rocket League, I jumped in near the beginning. I'm really entertained by auto chess. It's a very complex game. It's still new. There's still a very vibrant scene that is to come, and a lot of talent that's trying to fight for the money that's available. So I'm excited to see who can rise to the top here.
Oh, for sure. Because again, while the game is somewhat complicated, there's a lot of in-depth strategy. Our scoring system, luckily, is pretty straightforward. Let's take a look at how these players are going to score points, because they are going to play 12 matches over the next 3 weeks. And this is how they're going to get these points, because it's the top 8 players across all groups, not just in their individual groups.
Yeah, and hey, this is free-for-all. A lot of people in esports are used to 1v1, they're used to team-based games. That's what's really cool about the auto battler genre, is this is free-for-all. You compete in flights. It's the same way in the game. 8 people competing at once. As you can see, you get more points the better you place. And it's kind of, from a psychological standpoint, it can be a little easier, because it's not like a 1v1 where you're straight up losing. There's always chances to kind of keep yourself in it. So that can be a pretty fun dynamic of the game, and we'll see how that unfolds here.
Oh, for sure. Because, you know, consistency is so key. Over 12 games, that's a chance to iterate, to improve on your strategy, to see what your opponents are doing, to try and figure out what builds you're going to need to try and take them down. Because as we mentioned before, there are a lot of incredibly talented players who have made it here to our top 24. Let's actually take a look. Let's recap our closed qualifier results. See the seeding of the players coming into it here for our top 24. You can see just how close the point spread is across these top. Literally 1 point, a single point. The difference between like 4th and 5th is the difference between Bedio and Vivu here, our 1st and 2nd. But as you can see that line there on the right side of your screen, that's our top 8. Be above that line, you make it into our finals. That's what all of these players are fighting for.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the chat a little bit, because this is the moment where people yell out who they're rooting for, right? So I'm looking a little bit at that. And that's the great thing about this. Some of these names we're not necessarily going to know as much about them because the scene is still new. Everyone's still trying to stake a claim. Who is the best? We're trying to answer those questions. So, well, these stories are going to unfold as the day goes along.
Oh, for sure. I can't wait. Because what's cool about this, too, is obviously we've got a lot of established auto chess players who have played in past tournaments, who are well known to the community. But we've also had players make the transition from past auto battlers that we've done in other seasons. They've learned auto chess just to come in here and compete in the Mobile Open. And that is fantastic. Let's take a look at group number one. That's going to be the first the first group, I should say, we're jumping on board with. We will check in with group number 2 and group number 3 as well. Don't worry, guys. You will have a chance to see every single one of these players over the course of the day. And I know when I was first getting into learning auto chess, Zath, he's a streamer here on Twitch, or if you're watching on YouTube, over on Twitch, and he's somebody that I definitely watched quite a bit at the start when I'm trying to improve, get better at the game. One of these high skill players, clearly good enough to make it here into our top 24. So clearly I was trying to learn from one of the best.
And I was fortunate enough to travel to China in October of last year, where we had the $1 Million Auto Chess Invitational, $450,000 for first place. A Korean player, Jinsu, ended up winning it all. But the furthest place American was Chuck, who got 8th place, taking home $18,000. So that was about 6-7 months ago. So we'll see how that changes. We'll see if we see any of those names. I mean, we'll see if we see Chuck anywhere. That's what I'm looking for. But yeah, a lot of new names here, and here we go. We're getting underway.
We are getting underway. Our first game of the day. I cannot wait because you talked about that tournament way back when in October. It's been a few months now. But my question is, how has the meta developed? How have things changed? Are the strategies that we've seen back then still going to be viable? How have recent updates changed what these players are going to do? That's my big question, because I've sort of sat back and said, I'm not going to try and snoop too hard on what these top players are doing. I want it to be a bit of a surprise to me as well. Obviously, doing research into when different strategies are coming out, that's always important. But I also want to see, I kind of want to be surprised. Like the chat, I want to see what everybody's up to.
Yeah. And to kind of elaborate on that point as well, in the game, it's a mechanic where you can see other people's builds. You can actually go in the top 100, top 500, and you can kind of browse. You can see what other people are doing. A lot of the top players, they hide their builds. They don't necessarily show other people what's going on. So I'm curious, are we going to see something we haven't seen before? And I'm almost certain we are, at least in the course of this circuit. I'm very curious about that, to see what kind of strategies we see. But obviously, just to explain kind of the early game a little bit in auto chess, it's pretty standard across all auto battlers. You kind of go with what the game presents to you, and then the way you play from there kind of defines how well you do in the game. So what I'm really looking out for in the early game is there is the RNG factor. Okay, a lot of people talk about that. It's like, oh, how much luck is involved? There is slight luck involved. They call it high rolling in this game, which is you just high roll, you get lucky, and you get all the pieces you need. There is an element of that here. So that's what I'm looking out for. Who's going to be high rolling? Who's going to be picking up those 2 stars really quickly? And then are they going to turn that into a big winning streak, and who's gonna take advantage of the losing streak? So there's a lot of stuff to explain as this goes along, but those are a few things I'm looking for in the early game.
For sure. And I'm pulling up the scoreboard now, taking a look at some of the different strategies, some of the different builds we're seeing coming out. A lot of goblins catching my eye so far. I know that's a pretty popular build coming in right now. We'll see how that transitions, because there's a lot of those low common level pieces that you can just sort of pick up. This Goblin Mech strat we're seeing coming out right now. And we're seeing Prodigy building out right now. Now that we're actually getting into sort of the fight phase, we'll get to see how these different builds are starting to stack up against one another.
Yeah, and already on our screen we're seeing, or at least, yeah, I'm looking at the same thing here. I'm also in the game spectating on my own, but the Goblin Gamble, right? Where goblins can be very strong in the early game. Getting those synergies put together, Heaven Bomber, there's a lot of AoE potential. You have to get kind of lucky and just kind of pick them up. But also you have to kind of hope that no other players are going for the same strategy. If multiple players are going for the Goblin Gamble, it's not really going to work out. That's why they call it a gamble, and because it's very focused on early game success and early game winning streaks. So it doesn't scale as well as the game goes along. But
yeah,
that's exactly what we're seeing right here. Some goblins getting picked up. So we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be my big question mark for sure is how are these builds going to be able to scale, transition into the late game? That's sort of one of the big consistencies among auto battlers is sort of that big question mark. How is this going to work? How is this going to continue to be able to carry me to a victory? But, you know, obviously all these players, it is the mobile open. They're here playing on mobile. And I think one of the great things about this game is the experience is pretty darn seamless, whether or not you're playing on PC or mobile here. Do you expect there's going to be any huge changes for these players transitioning to mobile?
Okay, that's a really good question, man. As someone who has played both the PC and the mobile version quite a bit, there's some parts of the mobile version I prefer, some parts of the PC version that I prefer. So I think, and I'm open to people's thoughts on this. I'm gonna be looking at the chat too. But what I'm looking, a critical part of auto chess is when you have a big bank and you're looking for a particular piece. What you have to do is you have to move all your pieces into the board so you have room on your bench to cycle through and roll down and pick up the pieces you want. That is technically a little harder on mobile. I feel like it's a little bit harder on a phone. So it's like things like that I'm looking out for, but overall, I don't think it's too big of a difference, at least compared to other games that have both mobile and PC platforms.
Yeah, actually, I think for me, honestly, I was so impressed by the port to mobile when I first played it because you're right. Other than like a couple of those tiny little things, it basically felt identical to me, which is fantastic. The idea that I could just transition back and forth, no problem between the two. But of course, for these players now, they've been competing on mobile for the last like 2 months. They are veterans. They are pros at this point. So I'm expecting sort of any of those things to be sort of weeded out, any of those particular issues. And we are seeing some players down here towards the bottom. I think just sort of keeping these losing streaks alive a little bit longer here to just continue to build up that bank of gold ones who are already starting to lose, which I think is interesting.
Yeah, the economic factor is very important in the auto battler genre. And we can already see a disparity there. If you look at the top of our list of players on the left, the players near the top, a little bit less econ than the players at the bottom. And that's because of those losing streaks. Get you a little bit extra gold advantage. And the idea there is to build that losing streak, really build your economy, focus on getting the extra income. Of course, you're given one extra gold per 10. So getting that extra income and then kind of developing a stronger strategy as the game goes along. Now, the other side of that coin is going for a really heavy win streak in the beginning, which means your econ's going to be a little bit lower. You're really focused on building out the pieces that you have on the board, and that's the economic game in the auto battler genre and in auto chess. Do you go for those winning streaks? Do you go to those losing streaks? Because if you're in between that, it's definitely not ideal. Like you win and then you lose, and then you win and then you lose. You're getting no economic advantage whatsoever. So we're seeing Silent and Betty right now really picking up their econ and sticking to those losing streaks.
Yeah, down towards the bottom, they sort of identified, look, I'm not getting the pieces that I'm needing here. I'm not in a position where this is going to work out for me. So I'm just going to, the term I've heard in the past is open fort. I'm not sure if that translates as well here to auto chess as well. But you're just sort of letting things open. Leaving things totally not even to chance. You're not even risking that somebody else is pulling the same strategy is going to let off. You're just going to lose every single time. But again, upwards to 50 coins. That's really it. That's the big thing here. That's really want to get yourself maximum economic value. You're getting that 5 interest every single time. And from there, you can, do I want to keep myself above that? Do I usually sit between 30 and 50 is generally where I've tended to see these top players play. But we'll see if that's changed since the last time I've seen a tournament.
Yeah, and again, that might depend a little on what the game gives you. Some players might stay lower econ because they're getting all the pieces they need early on. Other players might be forced into developing their economy first because they're just not getting the pieces they need, and they need time to develop the strategy that they're going for. So lots of fascinating stuff for sure when it comes to the economy in this game. And interestingly, we have one player who's like still in single digits on the left-hand side of the screen there, GG Norm, with only 8 to his name, now going down to 5. So he's staying low on the econ, and he's got a hunter strategy going here, which I've been playing around with a little recently. You can really scale a lot of damage early on and really get that damage output going. But I've had trouble transitioning into the late game using hunter, but. So we'll see what he ends up doing. Right now, we have 2 players with a winning streak. Betiao on a 6 streak, Jared on a 5 streak, and looking really quick on what they have going on. Goblin gamble from our player in the lead. That's something we talked about when the game was starting, looking out for players doing that, and it's certainly paying off for Betyao right now. He's got those goblins mixed in, but we can see he has a pretty diverse group of units. In fact, did he just sell? I don't know if he just sold one of his goblins. No, he's still pursuing the goblins, but sometimes you can transition away from the goblin gamble as well. Betyao going into spirits, which is quite a strong build. Meanwhile, Jared, our player in second place, guess what? He's also going for a bit of the goblin plays. So that pretty much speaks towards what we were talking about earlier, how strong goblins can be in the early game. Our top 2 players in the lobby right now have the goblins as part of their composition.
Yeah, the question now becomes, how is that going to pay off for them as the game continues? Some of these other strategies that scale really well going in. I mean, Knights, of course, is another one of these builds that really comes to mind, but if it's not necessarily as prevalent in the meta right now, that's going to be a big question mark. And of course, you do have to stack up a decent amount of them for that passive to really give you that longevity that you're looking for in one of these matches. But you know what? You're taking a look at the top of the leaderboard. I want to go back down towards the bottom of the leaderboard right now. I want to see what's going on. Silent, who's down here right at the bottom. I think finally maybe going to start putting some troops in here. Has been open for quite a while. We'll see how that goes. And I also want to look towards how these players are leveling, because of course you spend gold not only to acquire these pieces, put on your board, put in play, but also to purchase experience that you can level up. The higher you level, of course, the more troops you can play, the more units you can play. So that's definitely something to be keeping an eye out here, because you're already seeing some early leveling. We have Silent level 5. We have Jared, who just went to 7. My goodness, that's a bit of a spread.
It's a good point, and I think that pretty much tells us he's really trying to hold on to his winning streak right now. He does not want to give that up, so he's like, you know, I'm going to spend some money here. I'm going to go up to level 7, and he's the only guy at level 7 right now, so he's just trying to get some really easy wins so he can keep that winning streak alive. And of course, he's looking forward to facing off against Betyao, both of them now with on pretty crazy winning streaks. But yeah, that's a good point. Really paying attention to who's leveling when. And of course, that is going to affect your economy. It can be quite expensive to level up. And of course, it gets more expensive as the game goes along.
Yeah, and again, knowing sort of when to hit these break points, or leveling just one experience behinds that you auto level going into the next round, little things like that. Just the maximization of economy, keeping yourself over these over these thresholds, like the on every single 10 with the interest, and then of course balancing, picking up the pieces that you just need to get. I'm not really spending a whole lot of time now talking about these builds. We're touching on it a little bit, but we're still early days of this game. Players can still shift if different pieces come their way. There's still a lot of variability I expect that we're going to see over the course of this game. As we're watching Zath right now, having a little bit of a tough time here going up against his opponent. And oh my, that's probably not what Zath was looking for here at this point, because he's sort of in this top 4 mark, but he was on a little bit of a back and forth, winning some, losing some, but they've been pretty close.
Yeah, it's funny. Zath also has some goblins that he's using. And if you guys watching are paying attention, there's 2 other players who are using goblins also. And those are 2 players who are number 1 and number 2 in the lobby right now. So that does not spell very good things for Zath if he's got a goblin heavy comp when the top 2 players in the lobby are going goblins as well. So I don't know what's going to happen here. This is pretty strange. Like 3 players going pretty heavy into goblins: Betyao, Jared, and Zath. And yeah, it looks like they're all sticking to it as well. So either one of these players is going to sell and try to transition, but I don't think if they each knew that was the case, that all of them would be pursuing it, because it's obvious there's less pieces to work with if you have other players in the lobby going for what you're going for. So I think Zath, he probably needs to find a way to transition right now, because he is going goblins, but the top 2 players in the lobby are going goblins. So very curious.
Yeah, could cause a little bit of an issue there, a little bit of a problem, because as you mentioned before, of course, all these players are drawing from the same pool of pieces. There's only so many pieces up for grabs, and of course, as they transition, you can see this number on the screen right in the middle there. Level 5 is the example being presented here. This is the percentage chance that you get from getting everything from common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, etc. That's the chance you have of actually picking up those pieces. So as you level up, trying to say go for something like a 3-star, I don't know, maybe a Heaven Bomber here, that's going to get harder and harder, because you're going to get less and less chances of getting those tier 1, those common pieces. So knowing when you want to level, where you want to stay, and just, you called it before, when you want to just sit in high roll, look towards these level 3s, that's going to be my big question mark as well. Who is going to potentially try and play for that early?
Dude, by the way, I've just noticed something. Every player, I'm sorry to keep harping on this, but every player except our bottom 2 players has a 2-star goblin.
Mhm.
That's
So
think
easy to
about
get.
that for a second. Chat, like
So easy to get.
every player has a 2-star goblin. And what's funny here is like goblins can be so strong. I wonder if part of this, and again, I'm curious about people's thoughts, especially you guys in the chat, but is part of this like trying to keep other people from going crazy with goblins? You know, it's like, is that part of the meta now where if you're playing auto chess, you're like, you know what, maybe I should have a 2-star goblin here just to make sure no one goes crazy. We might be seeing something like here where 6 players have a 2-star goblin in play. It's interesting, man. Interesting stuff.
And of course, because this is our first game, and there may be some people who are less familiar to auto chess, less familiar to the auto battler genre, of course, we're going to be going over a decent amount of these sort of core fundamental mechanics of the game. But of course, as these goes along, as our viewers, as we get more and more familiar with what these players are doing, we'll start to deep dive into the strategy a little bit more. Because something we haven't even really talked about yet is the whole idea of items and item builds and all that kind of stuff that comes in. Of course, you have this random chance to pick up certain item components and bigger pieces as the game goes on. How you build those out, of course, to synergize with whatever build you're getting is so critical, so important to make sure that you're getting the absolute most value out of these units, out of these pieces. So I'm also excited. We're going to talk about it more and more, how players are building these key carries, these key tanks as well in the front, and what they're looking for here as these games are going to go on.
Yeah, and there's a slight RNG factor there too, as well as with any game with items. You have your creep rounds, you have your neutral rounds where you're picking up those items, and depending on what you're building, you kind of have to hope for the items you're looking for, or you adjust what you're doing based on the items you're getting. So that's quite a good point, and we'll definitely keep an eye on that as everything goes along. Speaking of items, though, why not look at our player who is leading the lobby, Betyao, on 11 streak. He's not lost yet. He's got his water spirit loaded up with quite a few items, trying to make the water spirit super tanky. Water spirit can be super strong. It's a lot of AoE with his special, and if you make him super tanky with some armor and some HP, as we're seeing, it can lead to some pretty scary stuff and a lot of damage output from that water spirit. So that's one way we're seeing items utilized here by our player in the lead, Betyao, with a very strong water spirit.
Yeah, going for that wave dash. The second he gets across there, it's or wave slash, I should say. It's just like, well, there's the massive amount of AoE damage. Good luck to you, friend. Not super ideal there. But also interesting to note that we are seeing also some assassin play coming in. And this is something that's super interesting to me. I really think assassins are something that's super cool. We've actually seen 2 players, both Prodigy and Jared, going 6 assassin right now, which is pretty darn impressive to get that out and sort of commit to that build already. But of course, one of the sort of downsides with assassins, sometimes you still need some units up at the front to take that initial bit of damage, because those assassins are going to jump into the back, are going to try and do their work. So you do have to have a more well-rounded build in some situations to sort of give them a little bit more time to play with and do that really top damage. But it's really interesting to note there, we have actually seen Betyao lose for the first time so far this game. The streak is at an end. My goodness.
Can't win them all, or can you? Obviously, very difficult to do. There are some strategies where just in the idea, in the concept of an 8-player lobby, the longer you can stay at the top of the lobby, the better chance you have of moving on. As we can see, Silent is already down to 31 health, right as Betyao was losing his first game. So I'm not too much of a betting man, but there's a good chance, no pun intended, that Betyao will finish ahead of Silent, right? If you simplify it like that, that's a good reason to really try to stay on top of the lobby as much as possible. But there are some risks if you sacrifice your economy. If you don't have a game plan, you can tumble out. In a way. So Betyao did well at first, but that's not a guarantee that you'll succeed as the game goes along. So we'll have to see if we can keep it up. But I'm also very curious to see if any of our losing streakers are going to be able to come back and be more competitive in this lobby. Because you can open fort all day long, but then if you end up at 31 health like Silent at this point in the game, you're not going to be too happy. So a big part of the auto chess is how do you handle those losing streaks, and what are you kind of turning that into? Can you hold on? And because it can lead to a disaster if you're going for these losing streaks, then you find yourself with no HP. So we'll keep an eye on those players right now at the bottom of the lobby. It's getting to be a pretty critical time as we're not too far away from seeing one player knocked out.
Yeah, we are seeing Silent now. He's committed to this feathered assassin druid build, so going to be able to get those 3 stars out.
Yeah, he's super low econ too.
Yeah, he rolled down. He was sitting above 30 for quite a while there. He sort of committed. He's like, look, because one of the things people need to remember about any auto battler is just like gold's a resource, just like your pieces are a resource. Health is a resource. You can spend it early if you want to get those loot streaks. You're basically trading HP for gold. That's basically what the premise is. But now that's a resource that you spent. That's a resource that you've got to hold on to, and you're going to trade things around. Now you're going to look to spend more of that economy that you built for yourself as you continue there. Because again, we talk about this. You get this income, you get interest, you get victories, you get win streaks. But you got to keep in mind how all these pieces are different, are sort of fitting together.
Yeah, and I think you made a good point there with Silent rolling down. Guess what? He's got a 3-star Warpwood Sage. He's got Druids going. I think he's still looking for oh no, he has Unicorn on the bench, so he's got 4 Druid, which can be huge. So he is low on the HP, 31 HP, but 3-star Warpwood Sage, pretty strong. Like, that is a pretty tanky guy. If he can get the damage around that, that could turn into good news for him. So I wouldn't write Silent off just yet, even though he's last in the lobby.
No, I mean, and this is sort of what we're talking about here. The idea that, making sure you get these synergies together, buff up your alliances. That's a massive difference here, because we are seeing the ability to just get him all the way up here. You got the leech seed. It's going to be going. He's just healing himself so much, just sustaining, surviving. He's eventually going to go down here, but my goodness, this is hilarious to watch. I mean, well,
it's working. He's got the Shining Assassin helping him out at the top, so this is going to work out. Well, actually, it's going to be a draw because the battle phase is over.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
There you go.
That was.
We need to type something in the chat for a draw. What's the number we type?
323.
Or a letter.
Or a letter. D for
a
draw.
D for draw. Yeah.
Because I want to keep that in mind. That was against Betyao. That was against the player who, up until a couple rounds ago, hadn't lost. So you've asked the question, Axel Toss. You think Silent stabilized? I think he has.
It's a good start, and for him now, what he definitely wants is a winning streak. Like, he wants to turn that into a winning streak, no doubt about it. Let's start getting that econ in the other direction, and he's got that really strong Orbit Sage. We just saw it; it outlasted that entire round. Tanky boy right there. So the question is, will he have the damage around it to supplement himself? And actually, he just got destroyed on a board. So silent but deadly. He might be dead soon because he just got wiped in that. He just faced off against, I believe, it looks like it was Benny, also running a Water Spirit. So
it's interesting because I have GG Norm. Because I have GG Norm who's facing up against Silent's board as well, and he only barely was able to get the win there. So it might be too little too late here, as we're now starting to see players, a lot of them getting up into this 9 range in terms of overall level. Silent, Prodigy still yet to level here, as well as Jared, who's actually been able to maintain first place here while still only on level 8. He's running these 6 assassins. He's got spirits as well as those Marines coming in here, and having that additional MR is going to make a big difference over these long, drawn-out fights.
The Thunder Spirit, the Thunder Spirit can be very strong. At least when I run into it in the game, it can be super strong, and we see Jared running that. So I'm curious to see how often the Thunder Spirit is utilized and what kind of builds it's incorporated in. Interesting to see Jared doing just well with that. A Water Spirit for him also doing good things. And also that means that Betyao, which was our player, remember when Betyao was in first? You remember that? It wasn't too long ago. It wasn't too long ago at all. And now he's second to last. So it's kind of, we were talking about it and it happened. I mean, he was in first for a long time, but he tumbled away. And I'm just kind of trying to think about that. It could mean that the lobby is super strong. I don't know if it speaks towards the Goblin play, where he was really trying to go heavily in the Goblins, and we had pretty much every other player in the lobby also picking up some Goblins. So maybe that has hurt him a little bit. Doesn't really have any 3 stars going on. Meanwhile, Silent taken out. He's going to be our first player knocked. And what's interesting there is that his players are going to be added back to the pool. So I don't know if any other players are running Druid. Yeah, Prodigy at least is running Druid. So it could be an advantage for another player who's going for that Druid comp. Might be able to pick up those pieces that are left behind. But we're getting into crunch time here. Our player who is in first place, now in second to last, potentially on the verge of being knocked out. 3 loss streak in a row. Meanwhile, our top 5 are pretty close to each other. Look at that. 53, 52, 51, 46, 45. That's a pretty close lobby. I'm no mathematician.
I don't think you need to be. Our top 3 are within 3. That's how close that is. But I want to jump on board here with BetYao. I need to know what went wrong here. That's so interesting to me because we had this really strong Goblin start with the mechs. Talk about this now, transitioning into the Kier a little bit, the Warlock a touch, going to get some additional lifesteal and some buffs going on. Really important, of course, with your Venomancer, going to be running that as his carry. So keep an eye on that. But I think this is so interesting because we asked a question. Are these goblins going to fall off? What is going to happen with that? How are they going to transition? And I think we're kind of getting our answer.
Yeah, as time goes along in the game, that question is definitely being answered. We have a Venomancer chat a Venomancer fan in the chat, I should say. Will's saying that the Venomancer from BetYao will help him prevail. Well, we're going to keep an eye on that. I'm definitely nervous for BetYao right now, considering he has lost so much HP in such a small amount of time. It feels like he's fallen off a cliff and he's scrambling to stay alive. But yeah, this is super close. We have to. This is hard to watch at this point. There's a lot of action to check out because of how close this lobby is.
But one good thing here coming in for BetYao is he was just able to get his Curus. That's actually pretty huge. This is a really strong, important carry item. You're going to see have a big impact, especially on these fights as they continue to go on over and over again. And I think that might start to be maybe the switch might start to turn things around here as we are seeing the composition of BetYao looking a whole lot better against this board now. And wow, a solid victory here for him that time around. That looked a little bit better.
Yeah, and can the comeback happen? A part of that too, obviously dropping from 1st to 7th, there's losing streaks in there, right? So there is a slight economic advantage you could have as well. So that can be something he can use to bring it back. So definitely keep an eye on that. And I'm watching where you're taking us here to looking at all these players. It's like, who do you really want to watch here? Because it's all so close. Benny now at the top. Jared, remember, he was just at the top, and now he's dropped down to 5th. These guys are just trading places so quickly.
What I tend to like to do is I tend to like to watch the players who are close to getting knocked out. I want to see sort of what, not necessarily their death throws or what their comebacks do tend to look like. That's usually what excites me. I want to see exactly how these games are going to go down. And of course, we have a hard carry Abyssal Crawler coming in now. For Prodigy here.
Oof.
He's going to be relying on this constantly buffing attack. Yeah, once that attack speed starts to ramp up, it gets absolutely scary. Like the Spiral Crawler, 7% attack can stack up to 25 attack speed, can stack up to 25% time. By the time you get to the end, you get a couple of those going. Oh my goodness, this Abyssal Crawler is one of those really solid carries, especially when you're getting the additional bonus coming in with that Assassin synergy. That's really massive as well. So I think, again, for some of these players, they're going to start to be able to go toe-to-toe with those guys we saw up at the top. It feels like they're finally starting to stabilize, despite the fact Prodigy is still level 8. Zath is level 10. Let's see what Zath's doing, because clearly something's going right.
Zath on a 5 winning streak at the top of the lobby. His economy's just fine, as you mentioned, level 10. Looks like he's got quite a few warriors on the board. Not up to 9. It looks like he's at 6 warrior. And continuing his winning here. I mentioned earlier, I gave a shout out to Wills172 in the chat, who's now famous in the chat apparently. Nice. The Venomancer also being utilized by Zath, so at least a couple players going with the Venomancer. Yeah,
I mean, one of just these incredibly strong units, and of course. So got to get that Barbaric Cuirass. It's just so important. Just having that attack speed, be able to not only increase, reduce, all that stuff. It's just really, really important to have. But Jared, let's jump back aboard with Jared, because it seems like BetYao and it seems like Prodigy have stabilized a little bit, but Jared has still been tumbling down.
He's just at the top, dude.
Exactly. This is just so close. I would expect nothing less from our playoffs, Axel Toss.
This is auto chess. Not to pull a line out of the Rocket League Shogun playbook. This is auto chess. It's crazy. We have seen so many swaps, not only in place, but from first to last to first to last, so on and so forth. Craziness. We have a lot of positions being exchanged. Okay, looks like Prodigy getting taken out. Jared is the next one out, just like that, leaving us with 5 players in the lobby. GG Norm on 14 HP with 0 in the bank. His econ is not. He's on his last life here, desperately trying to stay in this game. So it's getting down to crunch time, absolutely, with Zath. Zath still at the top, now in a 7 streak.
Yeah, an interesting sort of a flex into the Agarsis Hunter now for GG Norm. Again, we've sort of seen the players adapting the strategies over the course of the game. It seems like this has sort of been what he settled on. But you mentioned this before. Hunters can be great, but keeping those key units alive can sometimes just be so difficult. And I think that's maybe what GG Norm's been experiencing here a little bit. However, he was able to get some of those key units into this, so we'll see how this goes. But they're just so squishy, even with that Siren. I mean, that's obviously a huge, and that ult that changes the game.
Yeah, and that there's a couple things happening there. With the Agarsis, of course, with 4 of them, all enemies have -6 armor. So if you combining that with the Hunter, with all friendly Hunters having an additional 45 base attack damage and plus 45% chance to pierce through evasion if you have 6 of them. So that's exactly what's going on here, which is pretty cool comp here for GG Norm. It's something I've tried before, so we'll see if it works out. Something that is glaringly missing is any 3-star units.
Yep.
Also, I feel like his units might be a little clumped together in the back left. I'd be a little bit afraid of AoE from the enemy, but let's see if GG Norm can stay alive here, and it gets cleaned up down to 2 HP, so just barely staying alive. I feel like he got a little unfortunate, not really getting any 3 stars, not really finding the exact units he needs. But look at that, he just outlasted Betyao. So that's the thing with auto battlers. If you can just hang on by a thread, that still might mean you outplace someone else. So very critical to make good decisions as the game goes along, and don't give up.
Can I talk about the idea of the transition here? We talked about this a few times. We've mentioned, the build you start off with doesn't necessarily mean that's the build you end with. We started off with like 6 goblins, and we have now finished on 4 different builds, completely different builds to finish this up. We've even got some divinity in play here as well. A very, very cool to see how these players have been able to transition going through this. And now we're seeing these battles right at the end. They are absolutely frantic. But it looks like GG Norm was able to pull off the victory there, just keeping that dwarf sniper in the back, keeping him safe. Of course, he does have the Maelstrom as well, going to be getting that additional attack speed, getting those lightning bounces, which can really do some decent work here. And you mentioned before how he has all these hunters stacked up together. I think a lot of it was, of course, just to deal with maybe all the assassins that we were going to see potentially coming in. There were a lot of those assassins quite a while, so if you can keep them sort of grouped up and get your tanks up there to try and help out, that could go a long way. But now, Benny, 10 HP. Norm, 2 HP. And Zath still up there to the top. Joseph as well. 9 and 5 win streaks, respectively. That's amazing.
I think it's safe to say that this is a 2-horse race for the top 2 right now. Zath and Joseph battling for 1 and 2. Benny and GG Norm battling to stay, battling for 3rd. Is pretty much what's happening here. I don't see Benny or GG Norm overcoming Zath and Joseph, but we'll see. Anything can happen. GG Norm, let's see if he... Oh, GG Norm, look at that. He stays alive, just barely outlasting Benny. And that's 2 players that GG Norm has passed. Betyao and Benny on extremely low HP. So look at, really making this Agarsis Hunter composition work, which is... I go for something like this a lot in my games. I like Druid as well. So it's cool to see this working so well. I know people in the chat are probably taking some notes as well. These are the builds we're looking for. What are these players using to really get top 3, to get top 2? While we see a 6 mage comp coming out from Joseph and Zath, warrior, very warrior heavy. So pretty different builds across the board here. And it's Zath's game to lose right now. 10 win streak, 46 HP. Oh. He's got quite a few 3 stars working.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was just watching that Venomancer, man. That was just terrifying. That was the big difference maker there. Getting one of these carries that you're able to stack up. He's not too far off actually getting that. Was he actually close to getting a potential 3 now? He's still got a little ways on that one. The Doom, though, the Doom Arbiter is actually getting up there. He's pretty darn close to being able to make that a 3-star as well. But just look at the items that he's been able to get on his Venomancer, between the Axe of Fear, between everything else, between the Cuirass. I'm just gonna click on this and we'll just watch it go to town here. Of course, not on this round, but you know what I mean. The next time he faces up against a person, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Well, hey, go to town on the Black Dragon King. No problem there. And looking at, I kind of want to keep an eye. We can stay on Zath to see that Venomancer go to work in the next round, but I'm just taking a quick peek at Joseph. He's got a few dragons on the board, so he's going for a dragon mage composition, and he's still got a level 2 water spirit also, which isn't. I don't feel like that's doing too much for him, so he might be thinking about swapping that out at some point. But going for the really mage heavy build, he's got the flame wizard in there, which can just be super strong with the damage output. So have to see what happens. I think I like what you're saying though. The Venomancer super strong from Zath, but there we see the AoE damage coming out from Joseph. So trying to bring it back, but Zath just too strong. And look at that, the 3-star Venom is just insane. The 3-star Venom or the poison swarm there with just scaling ridiculously and just coming up with so much damage. Just really impressive stuff here from Zath. A lot of his units working for him very well.
Yeah, and I think that's so important to note here, because one of the problems that you get with there's the 3. That's it. I'm gonna call it now. That's gonna be all she wrote. Oh my, the 3-star Venomancer with this build, he's stacked. Oh my goodness, we're just gonna watch this go. I don't think Joseph has much of a hope here. Part of the problem with warriors oftentimes is that they just don't have the damage backed up behind them. But when you are able to get these key items, when you're able to get your troops lined up, oh my goodness, it's just wild. And we'll see, maybe if there's a way that Joseph can hold on, but just watch the carry potential. Oh me, oh my. And that is going to be it. That's going to be all she wrote. GG, game number 1. Zath pulled out the victory there. Again, he was the player I mentioned before, one of the ones I was looking at when I was trying to learn auto chess. I said, you know, who do I want to take a look at? He streams on Twitch, and I said, yeah, this guy seems pretty good. And clearly I had some good instincts, because he takes the win in our very first game.
Yeah, quite a few things working for him there. Going for the warrior composition definitely worked out for him. It felt like not a lot of other players were going for warrior, which is maybe why he was able to scale that so well as the game went along. Obviously, he had a 3-star pirate captain at the end, also alongside the 3-star Venomancer. So that's a part of auto chess as well as, and I'm still thinking about it too, as far as hiding information from your opponent. How do you really do that? Like, can you hide what you're going for so that other players aren't picking up the pieces that you need? Is there a way to do that? So I'm really looking out for that. Like, what are these players going for? What build? And what other players are going for the same build? And how are they reacting to each other? So there, Zath picked a really nice build that he might have disguised a little bit earlier on in the game, going very goblin heavy, and it worked out.
Yeah, he was able to get the pieces as he needed them, have a beautiful transition, and worked out well for him. But let's take a look at our Xperia highlights from that very first game. Axel Toss walks through, because there were a lot of really fun moments over the course of this. But I think the biggest one we talked about this is the idea that just because the build is this one you start with, it doesn't necessarily mean that's how you're going to finish.
Totally, and I think a characteristic of this game was just how flippity-floppity the lobby was. It's so back and forth. There we see mage compositions really coming into play. We see 2 water spirits on the map here, and we can see them just jumping around everywhere, trying to get that AoE damage done. And it was really interesting just seeing all these different strategies unfold. And that's an answer that's a question we're trying to answer. What are these guys going for? As we see just the absolute strength of the warriors here, and the AoE. That's why it's so important to really pay attention to where you're placing those units. How are they going to engage? How can you mitigate the AoE from your opponent? Because as these battles happen, as the game goes along, there's a ton of firepower on the screen. And there we see the warriors once again. There's no hope for the enemy when those guys swoop in. We see some defensive efforts there, trying to freeze the opponent. That's not going to work either. Warriors are so strong.
Yeah, and I think it really just goes. I was going to say, I think it just really goes to show like how important it is to identify like what units, what pieces are going to be your key carries, and to itemize them correctly. Because part of the big difference that we saw over the course of this game was, as we see, especially in this last one, you can just see the Venomancer in the corner. Once it finally does get into range, it is able to decimate. And a lot of that had to do with how well it was being itemized there. So that's obviously something that you have to really keep on. Don't just throw your little components out willy-nilly, because of course you can build these tier 2, tier 3 items in your bag and then allocate them as you need to. So identifying who you want to have as that carry, and really building that Abyssal Crawler. We saw a couple of those in the Venomancers as well, made a big difference and getting those items that they needed. So still, either way, props to Zaf for walking away with the win there in our very first game. 10 points will be going over to him, and I cannot wait, because now group number 2 is up. Group number 3, we get to see all of these amazing players. But before we get into those matches, I'm going to say goodbye to you for now. Axel, take a little bit of break, grab a sip of water. We'll be back soon, don't worry, because I have to give a big shout out to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, it is AT&T, helping to support the grassroots of mobile esports, helping to give us a platform to put on these amazing events. We would not be able to do this without AT&T, and of course, being able to bring in new games like Auto Chess into the program and being welcomed into these communities has been so much fun, learning the nuances of all these new games and giving these players an opportunity to compete. Because, while Auto Chess, we talked about having these big $1 million tournaments back in 2019, being able to give players in NA, support the NA scene here, has been so much fun. We're so glad to get that done. So thank you so much to AT&T. To you at home who wants to get involved, you say, wait a sec, I didn't know I could compete in this. I didn't know I could sign up. How do I get involved? Well, you can go over, follow us on social media to stay up to date with all things ESL Mobile Open, !social in the chat. If you want to follow us on Twitter, there over at ESL Auto Chess, that's the place to do so. You get all the links right there. It's a brand new account. We're trying to grow this and connect with that Auto Chess community. Be sure to go give us a follow there. That is only our first game of the day. We have plenty more action coming your way, so don't go anywhere.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul Inverum Todd Kill, stoked to bring you all of the auto chess action. The first day for auto chess in the playoffs here for the ESL Mobile Open. We could not be more excited. Before we get into our next match, because we have a lot of great games still in store, I need to talk about something. And because this is the first time we're doing auto chess, this is the first time you guys get to hear me talk about it. And it is AnyKey and the Good Luck Have Fun Pledge. AnyKey is an amazing organization working with ESL to promote diversity and inclusion in gaming and esports. Long and short of it means that anybody who logs in and plays a game should feel like they are welcome and accepted when it comes to playing, being part of that community. That's something we really want to support here with ESL and with the Good Luck Have Fun Pledge, which is basically a pledge that you can take. It takes like 30 seconds to fill out, gets you an exclusive Twitch badge, and just says, I am going to be a good online digital citizen. I am just going to try and be a nice person when I play video games online. And I think that's something pretty admirable, something we can all aspire to be, because we have over 500,000 people who have already taken the pledge. And if you do so, like I said, you get an exclusive badge on Twitch that is global to all of Twitch. ! GLHF in the chat. I actually got a chance to sit down and talk to quite a few folks who you may be familiar with in the world of gaming and esports. We're going to talk about the pledge a little bit. Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mangret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face to face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
Well, as you hear there, if you don't want to listen to me, listen to all those folks. A lot of, as I said, veterans in the esports industry. You can all appreciate it, going out there and just being a good person is important. Multiple parts of the pledge. One of them, we sort of have our different promises. The fact that the people you're talking to online are real people, and the words you say have real impact. So as I said, ! GLHF in the chat if you want to check that out. But let's get back to the auto chess action. Let's get back to the games, which means Axel Toss. Welcome back, sir, for our second game of the day. I'm excited because that first lobby had its ups and downs. Players we thought were in the lead were suddenly down towards the bottom. Do you expect all our lobbies are going to look like this?
I would be thrilled if so. I think we saw a lot of position changes in that game, a lot of back and forth. The person who was first in the lobby for most of the game ended up dropping second to last. Meanwhile, we had a lot of comebacks happen. We saw the strength of the Venomancer, some insectoids, which is new race synergy or class synergy happening in auto chess. So I'm curious to see what other builds will pop up, and I'm also curious to see what kind of variability we'll see with the players. Like, is it going to be the case where we have most players just swapping places, or are we going to have some truly dominant players emerge who just wipe the floor with their lobby?
Yeah, I think, oh man, I would be very surprised. You need to play a pretty darn flawless game with the caliber of talent we have in these groups. And speaking of groups, let's take a look at group number 2, the leaderboards after their first match. This is the next group we're going to be jumping on board with, taking a look at a whole new host of players. And it looks like Pouty Panda walked away with that first place spot. Pouty Panda, of course, a player I'm very familiar with because I got a chance to cast him quite a bit last season. and now making the transition over to Auto Chess. Clearly done pretty well for himself. A lot of other names there. Vivo, of course, Kagaboss, Vince, the whole crew. No, everybody. These are a lot of pretty established players from what I've gathered, even just recognizing faces from Twitch chat. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do. Again, it's only game number 1. You can't really make any big predictions based on this, but I'm definitely going to be rooting for Pouty Panda a little bit going into our next game.
Yeah, I wonder, there was a Vincent who played at the 2019 Auto Chess Invitational. He finished 25th through 28th, got $4,000. I wonder if that's the same Vince. I'm looking for the American players who play in that tournament, because, like, come on, like they played in this international tournament. Surely they would show up in this region tournament, I would think. But I know we have a lot of experts in the chat who they're just consummate experts. So maybe they know if that's the same Vince/Vincent. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe they'll be able to let us know as we are ready to go into our second game of the day. Get things underway now with group number 2. Let's get this started. Our first round is here. Things are starting off, and I want to jump on board with our winner from game number 1. It is Pouty Panda. And just grabbing a unicorn to start things off, because, you know, AoE heals on paper, you think they'd be good, but this is not a unit we see a whole ton.
Yeah, I personally don't mind opening with that unicorn a lot. I think Druid can be easy to go for some consistency when you're playing on the ladder. If you end up being the only one going for the Druid, it ends up working out real well. But we see, just like that, a sell. So a quick sell into the goblins. There you go.
You see two Heaven Bombers. You see yourself a Skybreaker. You're like, wow, I can't say no to that. So it's the second carousel. Of course I'm going to take it. That could be the start of something strong here for Pouty Panda. We'll see how many players do opt to go into this early Goblin mech, or how many are potentially going to go over into these Warriors. Oh man, we're already seeing the levels up coming in now with a God of War, just to keep a little bit of tankiness up at the front. My goodness, I think Pouty Panda is going to be off to a pretty decent start here. But maybe Kagaboss as well, at level 2 Ogre Mage to start things off could be kind of fun, because that's something we didn't talk about a whole lot in that last game, of course, was this Kira buff that you're going to be able to get going. And that's just, I mean, able to make these pieces that can already carry and take over, just do it even harder.
Yeah, AoE support is critical as the game goes along. What are the AoE effects that you can benefit all your pieces at once? So, and honestly, that's pretty crazy. Is that crazy, or is it not? I mean, Kagaboss getting a level 2 Ogre Mage right off the bat. Not only that, an extra one on the bench by round like 2. That there's a word called high rolling. And that might be okay. By the way, I called it. I said our chat was really intelligent and experts, and they have confirmed that it is the same Vince/Vincent from that tournament.
Nice.
So let's go, chat. High five to you guys.
Woo! I love this. And one of the fun things about being able to do these remote broadcasts, obviously making the best of some bad situations, and you know what's going on. But at the same time, we get to have that more direct interaction, getting to read Twitch chat, which is a lot of fun. Not something we traditionally get to do when casting on a desk, or at least I don't traditionally, as I find it distracting. But here, you know, at the home setup, able to watch these great games. That's another Ogre Mage. Okay, chill out, game. Chill out. It's fine. It's okay. All right. Everything's fine. This is fine.
It's crazy picking up the Ogre Mages. Yeah, I mean, you gotta hang out with chat sometimes, so they like you. You just want chat to like you. You know, that's all. That's the objective, right?
I would say that's like 2/3 of casting for sure. 100%.
Exactly.
No doubt.
Oh man. Still looking at Kagaboss, the Ogre Magi, if I may, plural of mage. Also got the level 2 Heaven Bomber rolling into action. So it seems like Kagaboss. Wait, he just got defeated.
He did.
Wow, I'm a little surprised about that.
Yeah, I mean those early goblins, and we're seeing more of them coming in here as well. More Skybreakers, more Heaven Bombers. Oh my goodness. You see so many of these goblins early, and we're seeing this now in 1, 2, 3 boards with mechs coming out as well. Going to be making an appearance pretty much all over the place. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. It looks like Vincent's going to open for it to start things off. Got on a bit of a loss streak and just decided that's the way he wants to play. Already up to 10. So watch for him to build his economy as this continues in the early game. A little bit different than last time around. More, I think, trading back and forth for some of these players. And people not really wanting to commit to that full open fort strategy quite yet.
Yeah, and I'm going to go ahead and make a commentator prediction. I mean, I have to go with Vincent, my boy, to do well and to emerge from this group. I hung out with him a little bit in China, and we had breakfast one day. He's actually really cool to talk to, and we talked a lot about auto chess and strategy, and we talked a lot about the scene in general. So it's cool to see him actually playing in this. So, I honestly feel like at this point in auto chess, the game is not that old, right? So if anyone has any LAN experience, especially traveling internationally and competing on a stage like that, they've got to have an advantage in tournaments like this. So.
Oh, for sure.
Let's go, Vince.
Just the mental element of it. The idea of pressure. The idea that you know that all the weeks and months of work that you put into this, it is now all on the line for real. For real this time around. So any single time we call it land buff. There's also land jitters. There's sort of the flip side of that. These players, of course, all now on their phones, chilling at home. Maybe they're on their at their desk. Maybe they're on their couch. That's the fun thing about playing on mobile as well. Is you can be in a situation where you're totally relaxed. So I don't feel like quite as much here nerves are going to play a factor, especially for a veteran like Vince.
Yep. We'll see how he does. Right now, focusing on his economy, up to 22, and Deep Blue with 19, and of course, very standard for the early game for the players at the bottom of the lobby to be focusing more on their economy. They're going to have a weaker board, and we see definitely a lot of goblins happening. Of course, that is a trend, and that's making me. There's like two things I'm really picking up for my own play already. It's like, okay, I've decided after the last match that I'm a Venomancer main. If I may.
That's how that works.
I will go Venomancer every time. That is my decision now. Appreciate any advice from anyone on that. And then picking up goblins in the early game more. I don't really do that as much, but really seeing how palpable and how much they are involved in these games, I might need to go for that goblin gamble a little more often. And that goes with my point number 1, that I'm a Venomancer main now.
See, I've been all aboard this goblin hype train for a while. They've just got solid early, it's really low cost units, really strong in the early game. However, these players may be slightly better at transitioning than I am, and I tend to find myself just getting absolutely slaughtered in the mid game and a very quick exit to a lot of lobbies. However, these guys, I expect that's not going to be the case. The players that we are seeing doing well, I think are going to be able to stabilize a little bit better, transition a little better, and the players who start things off at a bit of a deficit are certainly, you have to hope, can find themselves in a better spot in the mid game, but you never know, because the player we saw open fort and get low early last time was the first player to get knocked out in game number 1.
Yeah, you go for the open fort and you're like, okay, I'm losing HP, but that's part of the plan. This is fine. My economy's good. I'm going for this build. And then you're like, okay, my HP's kind of low, but I'm turning it around. But then you're like, wait a second, I'm not bringing it back. And then all of a sudden you're out of the game. So there's a danger with purposely dropping your HP early on in the game. You got to be able to hold it off, and your strategy has to come together. So sometimes it doesn't, and the bottom falls out, and you're just out of the game. So that is definitely a risk that is being taken by the players who do go for the open fort.
Yeah, no, that's again, it's a high risk, high reward strategy. For some players, they feel, it makes just sense in the early game. What can you do with this? You're basically sort of forced into that position, and you're trying to make the best of a bad one. You're just not getting the roles you want. You're just not getting the matchups that you need, not finding the items or the pieces. So we'll see how that continues here, as we are seeing falling along board. My gut instinct would be to say this very nice, but I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it's probably very nice. I feel like that's probably how. Ooh, I feel like that's probably how you say it.
I think you're onto something. I think you're onto something, Paul.
I hope so, or else I'm going to look real silly.
Yeah, and looking at him, let's see. We got some assassin action going on. Goblins in play. He's got a random razor claw in there. A couple abyssal crawlers on the bench. So looks like going towards that assassin composition. And he's on a 6 streak, and he's also at 0 in the econ. He's got nothing.
Wow.
He's got nothing in the bank. So definitely putting a lot into the early game here. Definitely wants to keep that winning streak alive as long as possible, because that's the only thing that's good for him right now in his economy. Is the winning streak that he's on.
To be fair, he did spend to go up to 7 early. He wants to keep that winning. It's not like he's spending things willy-nilly here, but it always scares me. We're around 12 now. You've got players, north of 50, and you've also got players south of 10. And that's, you gotta make sure you're still winning. But let's jump on board with Deep Blue. He's the player I was talking about who's been able to build up quite a piggy bank here. But at some point, you need to smash the piggy bank. You need to invest in success. And we'll see if Deep Blue is going to be able to do that here.
Deep Blue with the Skybreaker, Fortune Teller. He's going for, once again, who's got some strong goblins on the field. And we're at the point where he's on a 7 losing streak. And he might be feeling, okay, it's time down to 47 HP. I wonder if he's like, okay, let's keep the losing streak going. I mean, clearly he just went to 8. So, but he must be getting close to the point where he's like, I need to start turning this around, because he's already below half of his total health. So it's very critical for Deep Blue to make the proper decisions here. There are arguments for keeping that losing streak going, but you just gotta time it right with what you're going for. It looks like he's picking up some assassin synergy between the Soulbreaker, Abyssal Crawler, and the Shadow Crawler. And I feel like we've seen that from a couple different other players going for that assassin with a couple strong goblins on the board, mixing in the Goddess of Light and actually throwing away the assassin bonus. So that makes me think he's still wanting to lose, I guess.
Well, here's the thing, too. He's going to work into Priest, which is actually kind of cute here down on this loss streak. He's kind of intentionally going to lose, but not take quite as much damage to maintain that loss streak here for him. So he's actually playing this really smartly. He is going to continue to lose, kind of get battered away here on the bottom, but he's not going to get, hopefully, too beaten up while doing so. He's going to survive a little bit longer. But again, like you mentioned, he's still, down below 50 HP. And we have 2 players, or had 2 players, who were at that 100% HP. It's now only Very Nice who's up here at the top. Please, chat, please tell me if I'm saying that right, because it's going to be real awkward if I've been saying it this whole time for nothing.
I think you're right. I think you're onto something. And he's on a very nice winning streak right now, up to 9. 20, he's up to 20 in the bank, so not the biggest economy. But it's funny, he's doing pretty much the same thing as our player in last. Deep Blue and very nice. Are pretty much doing the same thing, just like with a few assassins on the board and some strong goblins. It's pretty curious. Yeah. It's working out a little better for Very Nice. Well, I mean, it's working out for both of them, because Deep Blue's on they're both on a streak.
Different kinds of streaks, though, to be fair. But yes, we are continuing to see this here. I don't actually know. Fortunately, the way our health bars are working out, I can't always necessarily see who's who, which would be my one sort of complaint here. I want to be able to always see the health bars. Show me the health bars, fam. It's hard to cast things when I can't see who's who. I'm being fully honest, but that's okay. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, Very Nice. He has not lost yet, which is crazy. Nope. So we're gonna keep an eye on that. He definitely wants to keep that up. I'm just clicking through everyone right now, seeing what's going on. I'm keeping an eye on Vincent. Vincent with a very strong economy. Doesn't have any streak going on though, which might be a little bit concerning. I'm also looking for trends. We still have 5 players with goblins in action across the board, so that is staying consistent between our games here. The heavy goblin.
And with these assassins as well, like we'll see how many players continue to stay on these assassins. I'm jumping on board with Koga Boss here as well, who has these going. Oh my goodness, are you gonna go Heaven Bomber? Go take down the Wolf Mechi. Perfect. One more. There we go. Oof. Kind of close though. Maybe too close. No, I think You know, seeing chat, seeing some different strategies that can really come in, Divinity and Spirits, and some of these other really late game builds that you're only able to really execute when you find those sort of legendary and above, or not above, you know, epic and legendary units. So we'll keep an eye on that. Man, so close to this level 3 Heaven Bomber here as well for Koga Boss. But let's jump on board with Vincent. You talked about Vincent quite a bit. Obviously a player who went and competed, you know, World Championships back in October of last year. Let's see what he's doing here. He's actually running Dragons right now, which isn't really something we've seen a lot of our other players doing.
Yeah, he's got a level 2 Desperate Doctor as well, a level 2 Winter Tropteran, and a level 2 God of War. So it's not like he's got crazy synergies going on, and he's not like he's got a crazy number of level 2s going on. So Vincent still, it remains to be seen really what he's going for. I mean, he's got the 2 dragons in play. He's still looking for a 3rd dragon though to complete that synergy. Of course, giving 100 mana to dragons when the battle starts if you have 3 of them. So he's probably still waiting for some pieces. The good news for him though is his economy has been in really good shape. His health is in really good shape too. So he might just be playing the middle on purpose and really hoping to pick up the pieces that he needs.
Yeah, I mean, he is going back down to that 1 dragon now, doing some shuffling around, playing around with Humans Divinity and stuff like that here. So we'll see where he ends up settling. I feel like Vincent's going to be one of these players to watch, like you mentioned. We'll watch him for one more round here, taking on Vivu this time around, at least on his board. Vivu, we've been kind of quiet on him. He's just sort of been middle of the pack. He's just been chilling out, maintaining a pretty good bit of HP, decent economy, staying above 30, and that 30 to 50 range. That's really what I was sort of talking about, is where a lot of these top players generally tend to sit. They don't overcommit sort of in any one direction. They don't save up too much, because again, if you're saving too much, you're not getting the pieces that you need. But at the same time, we don't want to constantly high roll and be broke. So got to kind of toting that line, as it were.
Yeah, going up again, you mentioned Vivo. He's going with the Venomancer, which we saw be extremely strong, and also the Kira bonus going on as well with that Ogre Mage. So we're seeing the Venomancer be utilized again, and Vivo is on a 6 winning streak. So definitely keep an eye on that. And I have a question for the chat. I'm gonna ask an open question. If you could pick one unit, one piece to nerf, which would it be? Ooh. And if you could pick one piece to buff, which would it be? That's my question for the chat.
All right,
Auto chess.
I dig it.
Yeah.
I dig it. I'm curious to hear what the reactions are, because I feel like while there are some sort of like, this is objectively one of the best pieces in the game right now, at the same time, a lot of personal preference, a lot of bias is going to come into that. Because obviously, like, everybody, we have our builds that we naturally tend to favor. You know, I run 9 warriors a decent amount because I think it's kind of fun, or at least 6 warriors because I think it's kind of fun, flexing into things like beast and getting that additional attack damage and stuff. But still, there are a lot of fun things that each sort of person is going to lean into, and they're not going to want their favorite build to get nerfed. So I like it.
Yeah, and we've seen the Venomancer be quite strong, and balance is always a tough game in these. Well, balance is a tough project in these competitive games where you're balancing so many different things going on. So it's always curious. Developers definitely listen to the community as well, and that's part of the research they do, is seeing how units do when they are in competitive play. So fun questions to ask. Meanwhile, Very Nice is still on a serious winning streak, up to 13 in a row. Meanwhile, at the bottom, Koga Boss is on an 8 losing streak, and he's at 11 on his econ. So he definitely doesn't want a losing streak anymore. I think that we can safely say that Koga Boss does not want a losing streak right now.
No, I mean, if he loses too hard, he's just gone. He could be the first player knocked out. He is spent. He is at 8, but yeah, he's on par in terms of levels, but oh man, he does not have a whole lot to work with here. He's got to get himself on a bit of a winning streak, got to try and get his economy back in shape, but also trying to get some of these level 3s that he's looking at here. Was able to get the win. That was actually huge. Also, apparently it is Berenice, for the record, who did just lose.
No,
Berenice.
It says who. You know what, Paul? I believe you.
All right, Twitch chats.
I think it's Very Nice.
Very nice. Look, all right. I just kind of want to own it at this point because it's funny and it reminds me of like the early 2000s. Anyway,
I like
let's
it a little
take a
better.
look. Okay. All right. Oh my goodness. Level 3 Ogre Mage for Koga Boss here. All right. All right. Things are going to get exciting.
and that's why his econ is so low. Maybe he was rolling for that. And also, he is 1 away from a level 3 Heaven Bomber. So he's desperately trying. Actually, he has an egg. Wait, what did you just use his egg on?
Maybe to get the ogre up. Maybe, not sure. In any case,
no.
This gear buff is going to be
the Heaven Bomber, but he didn't. Okay. He used it to get a level 2 Venomancer. So he used an egg to get a level 2 Venomancer instead of a level 3 Heaven Bomber.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense because he's going to be able to get the Cuirass and stuff on that, build this Venomancer up, which means he's still playing for the late game. He is still thinking he's going to be able to stabilize. He's going to be able to move on through. I like it. This Ogre Mage, though, again, we haven't really talked about this Kira buff a whole lot. The idea that if any friendly melee pieces die, let me just read it because like it can get real strong. Increase max HP and attack by 25%. It can stack up to 8 times. That's 200% increase. And these are already some pretty durable units. You know what I mean? They're pretty tanky. They do a decent amount of damage, especially when you're able to equip them correctly. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited to see what Kogaboss can do now that he's sort of stabilized. But Pouty Panda and crew, oh man, Pouty Panda's actually on a bit of a loss streak. I want to check in with Pouty Panda, see what's going wrong here for him.
Pouty Panda on that 5 loss streak, still 41 HP, so decent amount of HP to work with. And let's see, he's got Divinity going on, Priest, Wizard, Demon. Not really big into any class or race, honestly, which might be a problem, which might be the problem he's running into, not really finding a pieces he needs to really scale up those synergies. So we'll keep an eye on that. And by the way, I'm getting some answers in the chat from the question I posed earlier. Which piece would you buff? Which piece would you nerf? A lot of people are saying, someone said, why would you ask such an easy question? Because everyone's calling out Venomancer. And that's kind of why I asked it. Like, that's why because I'm like, is this too much? Because the Venomancer, so obviously, you've seen it's just so strong. And a lot of people in the chat saying Venomancer is quite strong, and that is who they would nerf. And reading through really quick some of what some of the buffs that people want to see. Someone said Rogue Knight.
Ooh. But I think it's interesting to know how many people are also just mentioning the Kira synergy, period. Maybe needing to be seeing some changes, maybe just a little bit too strong, maybe toning it down to 20%, not 25, or maybe 6 stacks, not 8. Those are some ways that they could look to adjust that here. Oh my goodness, Pouty Panda's not having a whole lot of success. These divinities, not really godlike for him right now. And yes, we will restart the client for our next game, folks. Thank you. In all of our tests and stuff, we only ever did one game at a time. So that's, we can learn things every day. But you know what? We're seeing Pouty Panda. I think Kogaboss is stabilized. I think Pouty Panda is in for a bit of a rough time. But Dog Bun, we haven't checked in with Dog Bun yet. How could we not? That's probably got to be one of my favorite names in the lobby. What were we thinking?
Yeah, Dog Bun. He's got the Kira Insectoid going on with the Poisonous Worm. And let's see, he's 34 HP. His econ is low. He's got to be careful. I mean, he's not far at all from the players underneath him, and arguably has a worse econ. So he's got to be super careful with what he has going on. He's got the level 2 Venomancer in there, and the Ogre Mage. So he's got the Kira buff working for him, and level 2 Doom Arbiter. And of course, he's got the Insectoids working for him too. The Lord of Sand and the Poisonous Worm. So let's see if he can work out for him here.
Yeah, I think that's an important one to mention as well, because it's not really something we touched on a whole lot last game. But of course, just having these duplicates and having those pieces and summoning them back, that's pretty darn cool. It can make for some really interesting interactions. And I think that's something to remember here as we're going into it. Sometimes like the smallest of changes, like not only just one piece over one place to the left or right, but also just like putting in like one troop or one unit differently can make a huge difference in the outcome of some of this. But we need to jump back on board with Kogaboss. He's only 12 HP away from going out in 8th place. In 8th place in our second game of the day. He has been hoping, he's been praying to RNGesus. He's got to try and find this Heaven Bomber because he wants that level 3 Heaven Bomber. He has been able to build up here, still not be able to find the Cuirass on his Venomancer. Of course, having this level 3 Ogre Mage has been doing a lot, but oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, he's so close to greatness here, Axel Toss.
Yeah, he's still not finding it. Going all the way down to 1 for his econ. Just really trying to do everything he can to find that Heaven Bomber. And again, he had an egg earlier, but he again, I believe he used it on the Venomancer. And by the way, if you click on the Venomancer, you can see how stacked he's trying to make that Venomancer with all the items he has going on. So we see that coming into play for sure. Kogoboss at the bottom of our lobby, desperately trying to stay alive. Going up against Dog Bun here. Should be pretty close. Looks like Kogoboss might barely prevail with that Venomancer. Let's see
it's the battle of the Venomancers right now. Oh my goodness. Here we go. This Heaven Bomber.
He's fighting against 2 Venomancers, which is also hilarious. This is like screenshot this and just take a, there's a meme somewhere with all the Venomancers fighting each other.
It's the Grand Herald too, who's has that burrow dash, just going back and forth, just like, let's go. We gotta go fast. My goodness. Oh, just the hard roll. The hard roll. Oh my heart goes out to Kogoboss right now. Oh my goodness. Let's take a look at how the entire lobby is doing though, how things have transitioned. We still have a couple players who are on this Goblin, but most of them now are down towards the bottom. Only really Nova being able to support that, transitioning into 6 Assassins. We are having this Divinity Spirit play coming in from Vincent, and that was something I saw chat talking about quite a bit. I cannot wait to see what they're able to do here. As we are going to stay on board, though, with Kogoboss, who is going to be bringing in the Wizards, the Warlocks as well to continue to help this out. But really, it's all about those Goblins and those mechs.
Yeah, Kogoboss hanging in there. It's a pretty close lobby. Round 25, no one's out yet. I think we had at least 2 players out by this point in the last game that we saw. Kogoboss hanging on at the bottom. I feel like he must be on a winning streak soon also, because he's been at 12 HP for a while. Deep Blue and Pow Panda are pretty close to each other, 23 and 22. So they're certainly not safe by any means. Kogoboss is going to be trying to out prevail them. And it's just kind of groups of 2 here as far as health is concerned. Vincent and Nova kind of deadlocked, Dog Bun and Vivo kind of deadlocked, but very nice at the top. 84 HP. He's level 10. It's business as usual for him. He is coasting through this lobby right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually really interesting because I want to know Deep Blue and Kogoboss running nearly identical compositions down here at the bottom. This is definitely what they're looking to play into the Goblin, Hero, Warlock. Really, really interesting. So we'll see if they're able to stabilize and take down some of these players in the middle who have been struggling. But no, Kogoboss down to just 2 HP. My goodness. As Vincent has been able to move his way all the way up to the top with Veronice. Very nice. Just there. Ooh. Ooh, this lobby is getting intense, Axel Toss. I'm questioning myself. Wait, is that the right decision? I can't question these players because they clearly know what they're all about, but oh boy, we are getting down to the wire. What a close lobby this is.
Yeah, it is close. And Kogoboss, while he's down at 2 HP, guess what? He finally found his level 3 Heaven Bomber. So we'll have to see if that has arrived in the nick of time for him. He's got a lot of goblins going on here. Looks like, yeah, he's up to 4. Yeah, at least 3, which is the bonus he's looking for. Not quite 6, which would bump that buff to the next level. He's got the Kira working. He's got a Demon, a Wizard. Let's see if it can work out for him here. Kogoboss going up against Vincent. And is Vincent smashing him to pieces? Or is Kogoboss going to prevail here? No, Kogoboss gets it.
Kogoboss with the W here. I thought that Abyssal Crawler from Vincent was going to be able to go off, but no. We are actually holding on. Actually, this is watching Pouty Panda as well. They're down towards the bottom. This is getting really darn intense. We have basically the entire half of our lobby 30 HP and below. Very nice is up there at the top. Vincent's close behind, but we now see Deep Blue on an 8-win streak. He was down at the bottom of our leaderboard for so long. He's finally been able to go, and now he's got his level 2 Ogre Mage here as well. So he's just continuing to find what he needs. But this seems to be the build that the lobby has decided on right now that they're going to try and go for that W with.
Yeah, the goblins, the Kira bonus. His Venomancer is locked behind his other units. I don't know if anyone else is noticing that. His Venomancer is not doing anything on the left side of the board. Okay, finally.
There it goes.
I mean, that has to be a mistake. Sometimes you put your melee pieces behind your range pieces. The range pieces will just stay there, and your melee piece can't go anywhere to be involved in the fight. So either that was on purpose and some sort of 1,000 level IQ move that I'm not smart enough to figure out, or that was a mistake. So gotta watch out for that. And looks like he's going to pay for it.
Yes, he is. Not ideal. Whoa, we are having the level 2 Grim Touch coming in, though. That's going to be pretty stellar. The Ink Splash as well. We are seeing some notes in the chat. Of course, looking for this Divinity synergy here from Vincent. He's missing the Scryer. That's really the one big thing there that he's really looking for. That legendary unit to just help buff up this synergy, take it to the next level. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes here for Vincent. I'm not counting him out yet because he's so close to sort of rounding out this comp. But level 9, level 10 here for all these different players. It is coming down to the wire. I don't think I have seen. I've casted a lot of auto battlers so far. I've got a decent amount of games. This is one of the closest lobbies I have ever seen in any of them.
Yeah, it's pretty close at the top, especially. We have a lot of players barely holding on. Finally, Koga Boss breathing his last breath. In this game, he's finally going to get knocked out. He was holding on with 2 HP for a long time. To your point, two other players at 2 HP trying to hold on, but the top deadlocked between Vincent, Dogman, and Nova. I told everyone that I'm a Vince fan already. So look, remember he was going for that losing streak early on. He's been hovering around place number 7, number 8. Like near the bottom of this lobby, but now finds himself at the top of the lobby. So the question is, can he hold on?
Yeah, I mean, that's really the big question here. And as I look down towards the bottom, I'm trying to see where the similarities lie, where the differences are. A big difference here, of course, being the Spirit versus the Kira here for Vivu and Deep Blue here at the bottom. But Deep Blue, I'm actually going to switch over to him real quick because he was able to get his Tsunami Stalker in there as well. That big, massive AoE disruption right at the front can really just turn the tide for a lot of these fights here at the end. That legendary unit, every single one of these legendary units makes such a big impact, especially in these late game scenarios. So we'll see how he's going to be able to utilize that there. He does have an egg as well. So, interesting. Oh, okay. Also have some fun potential over there. These item builds, of course, too, they make such a massive difference. Of course, we're seeing the Venomancer here, not as stacked, I think, as he'd quite like here. The Heaven Bomber, he's not just letting it as it is. I'm trying to see where else he's really putting his items here. It's really he's just funneling them all into the Venomancer. I think that's probably the right call here, though.
Yeah, I am not going to disagree with that, seeing as how strong Venomancer has been. It's pretty surprising that he could not find a use for the egg that he has, because he's on 2 HP. He doesn't know how much longer he's going to be alive here. So really trying to hold on and stay alive so he can actually use this egg that he has, but no.
Nope.
Deep Blue getting taken out.
Oh my goodness. And now we have 4 players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players under 20 with 20 and below HP. My goodness. Who do you want to watch? Asphalt, who do you want to see going into this next round, round 32?
I think we got to keep an eye on Vivo. I think we got to keep an eye on the bottom of the lobby here to see who can stay alive, because we are potentially close to two or three other players getting knocked out possible in the same round with how low these guys are getting in this lobby. So Vivo, can he prevail? He's got Spirit, Demon, Goblin, Mech synergies in play. Trying to stay alive here, going up against very nice. I can't say it as well as you do. Apologies. It looks like Vivo is going to stay alive.
Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. Oh my goodness. Who for a Dogbun and Deep Blue and crew? Oh, I mean, living on 2 HP is amazing. But the fact that you're now at 2 HP at all, he's been stuck there forever though, which has been hilarious. But okay, you know what? Not bad. We've held on. We've made it work. We stabilized. How do you look at this lobby if you're Vincent? Who do you think you're like, wait a second, like they could all knock each other out in like a round. Vincent theoretically could go from like 5 opponents to like 1 in a single turn. That could be actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, I'm sure Vincent's Feeling pretty good about his position right now. Also, shout out to Kogabas, who made an appearance in the chat. Kogabas he got 8th in this lobby, so he's trying to rally the troops in the chat to bring it back in future games. Good luck to him. But yeah, Vincent is he's licking his chops. He's rubbing his hands together. He's pretty happy with his position right now. 32 HP, and the other players in the lobby in dire straits. It's not like he's fighting for first right now with anyone. So Vincent in a really good position, and Vivo is just barely holding on. Very nice getting taken out. But I'm sure we'll be saying his name as the broadcast continues, as the ESL Mobile Open goes along.
And apparently it's very nice, which is fine, but also very nice, who was top of the lobby for so long. He was undefeated for like what 12 or 14 round streak, but now knocked out in 4th, not even making it to the top 3, or 5th rather, not even making it the top 4. That is absolutely huge, as we're going to continue to watch. Oh man, those all those units just sitting there petrified, not attacking. That's not what you like to see. But this Abyssal Crawler just going to go down, not able to carry the way to victory. That's a win streak now coming in for Vivu, looking oh so solid, and he's just clawing his way further and further up this leaderboard here. I think a lot of it has to do with these spirits. These spirits doing so much. That Petrify, like I was talking about before, that's one way you can shut down these hard juggernaut carries like this Venomancer. That's how you're able to shut this down. So we'll see how that's going to happen here. I need to jump on board with Vincent. I need to see if Vincent's been able to find all these necessary components, and I see a Scryer on his board, and that's making me a little bit happy for Vincent here. He's also got the helicopter in the back, so the legendary units are coming in full force right now, but we're going to stick on board with Vivu.
Vivu, 2 HP. He was in 5th not too long ago, but he's been able to outlast many people in this lobby with barely any health. And now can he outlast Pow Panda is the question. It looks like he's going to win again, a 4-win streak for Vivu. And now Pow Panda, can he stay alive? It looks like he is going to be just fine. So all our players winning, and we go on to the next round. And it's definitely a battle for second here. Pow Panda and Vivu on the last thread. They're both rolling down, both spending all of their money, trying to find out exactly what they need. Pow Panda going up to level 10. This is the time to put, there's no hiding anything anymore. There's no not using something. There's no saving money. This is it.
Nope. Yeah, this is it. It's totally down to the wire. We're now watching Pouty Panda here. Vivu is now kind of working his way up towards a win streak. But and actually we're facing Vivu right now on Pouty Panda's board. Let's see how they can do. We have the spirits, we got the divinity going on, as well as those warlocks. They're going to have the lifesteal. They're going to have that sustainability. The question is who can overcome, who is going to have just that slightly better positioning, that slightly better damage, able to execute here. And not having health bars is making this difficult to follow, but I don't think it's working out for Pouty Panda, who was our winner in lobby number 1. This time it is Vivu. He's on the warpath now. My goodness, wait, that's just it. The lobby's done. Hang on. What, it was over in an instant. My goodness. And then I clicked out of it. Oh boy, team, we just finished. Like that, it was done. I believe it was Vincent who walked away with the victory. That's GG. That's game number 2.
Yep, that's it. It looked like both players were knocked out in the same round, clearly, but one player just barely outlasted the other. So Vincent going to come out on top. I kind of called it. I'm biased because we're friends, but I'll take it.
Especially too, because like you made that prediction when he was at like 15 HP below everybody else. He started open fort. He was just getting that loss streak going, but you're like, no, man, I trust. I have faith, coming in, one of these, making it all the way over to China back in October. This guy knows what he's all about. Next time I'll be careful not to click the screen there at the end. So we just go back and finish things up. Either way, so many props there to Vincent, but even that top three was really, really impressive to watch. We saw sort of the transitions. We had this opening, it's all about the goblins, it was all about the mechs, and then they sort of moved over, and then Kira kind of became sort of taken over with the Venomancer being really important, but then the spirits and the divinity came in to try and counter that. So it was really cool to see sort of the ebb and flow, the natural progression of this game. And we get to recap it a little bit here in our Xperia highlights for game number 2. Axel Toss, take us away.
Yeah, let's take another look at this. And again, something that these players are certainly thinking about is they're playing each other a lot. There's a lot of games happening, so there's a lot of changes that can happen in strategy. Here's the early part of the game, Dogman, round 11. We see a relatively heavy assassin composition, goblins on the board as well, something that we are not strangers of at all. Goblins being integrated into the game early on, and then of course the Venomancer taking a stronghold as the game gets later, round 24 for Dogman. We see that Venomancer once again in the middle of your screen, tanking everything, doing plenty of damage. And we also see looks like we got a little heaven bomber in there. Again, very goblin heavy compositions, and also it's pretty funny looking at the bench there. One away from that heaven bomber for a long time for Dogman. So that can happen in auto chess. Not quite finding the pieces you're looking for. Yeah, you have to balance. Oh, excuse me, this is Kogobas. He's playing against Dogman. But that's something that happens in auto chess. You're waiting for the pieces you're looking for, so you decide, okay, do I adjust? Do I sell something to try to get exactly what I need? And unfortunately for Kogobas, he wasn't able to find that Heaven Bomber in time. He got knocked out pretty early on. And finally, as we continue along here, looking at another player up against Pow Panda. Yeah, this is the final stages of the game, and this is just a moment where two players got knocked down in the same round, and it happens. So it's like, can you prevail a little bit longer? Can you last a half second longer than your opponent? It could be the difference between some very important points.
Hugely important, because we saw even just coming into this, the difference between first and second was one single point, which is the difference of 2 points separating first and second and third. So again, huge thing here for all of these players as we are getting into our third game now, coming up here in just a second. Before we do, we're gonna hop onto a quick break. We'll say goodbye to you for now, Axel Sauce. We'll come back for the next one. I cannot wait to see what these players have in store for us. But before we get to this break, I need to give a huge shout out to Xperia by Sony. Xperia has joined us once again as the official mobile partner for the ESL Mobile Open with their Xperia 1. Got a chance to use this phone quite a bit over the last few months, and I have to say, if you're looking for a phone to get into the world of mobile gaming, this is definitely one you should check out. I think one of the things I like about it the most, especially for a game like Auto Chess, the fact that it's got this cinema-wide display. It's a 21:9 aspect ratio, which is not necessarily standard for phones, but something I think definitely could be. Just having that wider screen for me, it like gets my thumbs out of the way. It allows me to see the whole screen. It's got a 4K OLED display. It's super crisp. And it's going to be running all of your games at 60 FPS, no problem. Super long battery life as well. So definitely something I want in a phone built for gaming. So thank you so much to Xperia. Of course, if you guys want to follow along at home, even more than you're already doing now, be sure to follow us on social, !social in the chat. We'll get you all the links. I hyped up Twitter before, but also there's a cool Discord server and stuff like that. If you guys want to get involved in the Mobile Open, if you guys want to participate in this next season, definitely be sure to keep an eye on things there as more announcements are coming. We're going to jump onto a short break. Now we're going to reset the client, make sure we got those HP bars for the next time around. But we'll be back with game number 3 from group number 3. You don't want to miss it.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hey everyone, my name is Paul in Verum Todkill. I'm the host of the ESL Mobile Open, and the Season 5 playoffs are right around the corner. Back in Season 4, we had the privilege of welcoming Sony Mobile as the official mobile partner for the ESL Mobile Open, and we are very excited to announce that they are back for our Season 5 playoffs, their Xperia 1. It's been a few months now, and I've got plenty of opportunities to use this phone, and I have to say, if you're looking for a phone to get involved in the world of mobile gaming, definitely check this one out. If you're looking for a phone that can maintain a crisp, clean 60 frames per second, not overheat for those long gaming sessions, and of course has a long battery life, this is definitely a phone for you. I think one of the things I love about it the most is the 21:9 aspect ratio. It's the cinema-wide display, it's got the 4K screen. If you want your games to look crisp and beautiful, this is definitely a good phone for that. And not even just playing games. If you're, I don't know, maybe watching a TV show or a movie, because let's be honest, we're all doing a decent amount of that right now. This is definitely the phone for you. But I think the thing that I like the most about it is the fact that
there's a lot of stuff going on in the world right now. When I wanted to sort of tune all that out, I just want to focus on playing a game, maybe a round or two of auto chess. I can just turn on the game enhancer mode. I can just turn off those notifications, and I can just sit back and enjoy the game. And I think what's cool about this with the Xperia One, because like not a lot of people, when they think about, awesome mobile phones for gaming, they don't necessarily think about Sony. They think about, awesome cameras or amazing televisions when they think about Sony, but they really have an awesome phone here, the Xperia One. So if you're interested in upping your mobile gaming game, yeah, go with that one. Definitely check this phone out. And of course, the Season 5 playoffs, like I mentioned, are fast approaching, and I have to say, I cannot wait to see what these gamers have in store for us.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, welcome back everyone to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs. My name is Paul Inverum Toddkill. I will be your host, helping to break down all of these stories, watching these different groups, these players here in the realm of auto chess, and of course, helping to crown a champion at the end of this season. We are so excited to be back, welcoming auto chess to our amazing roster of games. And seeing the play already, I am so impressed. These have been pitch battles from start to finish. But of course, I can't do this alone. I can't commentate these games by myself. So Asphalt is standing by to help me break down all the action. Welcome back, sir. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Having a good time. Thanks again for having me. I think the Mobile Open by ESL, presented by AT&T, it's such a cool initiative. And I was blown away by the stats you were letting us know about in the beginning of the broadcast. Over 1 million people playing. Like it's crazy the numbers that are happening for this tournament. So I encourage anyone watching. I know a lot of people, auto chess fans in the chat. Did you guys play in this tournament? Did you play in it? Did you know that you probably could have? It's completely open. So I encourage anyone watching. We have a lot of very intelligent auto chess players in the chat. Hey, sign up to play, and maybe we'll see you up here. And also, it's funny, I've seen a lot of players who are competing today actually in the chat showing up. So if you're in the chat, say hi to those players, and I'm sure they'd be down to have conversation. Just a really cool atmosphere here.
Oh, for sure. No, it's great to see how many people who've competed not only are competing on our playoffs, but competed in Phase 1 and Phase 2 are here, still supporting, still checking out what all these different competitors are doing. And it's great because we actually have our leaderboard updated, our overall leaderboard. So now we can see after a couple different games, after a couple different rounds, how all of these players have stacked up. And oh my goodness, we have Zath and Choke God tied for first with what looks like each a first and second place finish respectively. My goodness, that is a strong start to the day, as well as Pouty Panda holding down our top 3. This is solid. Vince there, one of your favorites. He's down still in our top 8. That line on the right side of your screen, folks, that's important because that indicates our top 8 players. Those are the one going on to our finals, Axel Toss.
Yeah, and I'll do some more predictions. Okay, Vince is going to do much better. I think he's going to go up the board here. And also, I looked in our lobby. I got invited to the next game, so I already know the players coming up. Monte, who's on this list here, he's going to be playing in our next lobby. And Monte was actually also at that same tournament that Vince played at in China, October last year. And Monte got 17th through 20th. He was the second best performing American at that tournament behind Chuck. So Monte, look out for him. So I'm just biased because I know these guys from that tournament, and obviously experience has to do with it for them since they've had that experience traveling internationally, playing on the world stage. So I'm really looking out for Vince and Monte from this list.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, having any sort of competitive experience is important, whether it be in this auto battle or others. Going to a LAN, of course, makes a huge difference. Other player I recognize here on our board who's going to be in our next lobby, it's Pure Zune as well. I actually think I casted him back in the Clash Royale League ages ago, or I recognize the name for sure. I think that might have been it. So again, all these different players, if it's the same person coming in from all these different games, but finding a home here in auto chess. I cannot wait to see what these players can do in our next lobby, because lobby number 2, I kid you not, we had 5 players within 20 HP of each other the entire end of that lobby. It was nutty. But now we get to check out Choke God, who we've yet to see. He has put up a first and second place finish respectively, tied for first going into our third game with Monty up there and Devless, as you mentioned before. So I think this is going to be another all-star roster, to say the least.
Yeah, as I said earlier, the caster bias in me is leaning towards Monte, but that's super impressive from Choke God. Securing a first and a second, 18 points at this stage in the proceedings. He's definitely going to be happy about that. And it's also curious to see what kind of strategies, how these guys change their play, if they are near the front of the lobby or if they're near the back of the lobby. Because obviously there's a little bit more work you have to do if you're a little bit further behind in the lobby and you're running out of time to qualify.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's going to make players maybe roll a little bit more aggressively, try and transition their builds a little bit sooner, go for some of these different strategies before, because that's something you really have to keep in mind here. There's only so many pieces up for grabs. If you know that you're behind, say you're on round like 12 to 15, you're like, guys, I don't wait. Hang on a second. I'm not ahead here. I'm not going to win this. You need to start transitioning even sooner to make sure that you can get ahead of the curve and predict what these different players are going to be doing and how to counter those builds. Our game number 3 is ready. Our third lobby is ready to go. Our first time seeing all these players here in our playoffs. I cannot wait. Axel Toss, let's get things started. Let's get into this next game.
Yeah, and I've said it all night, but we keep getting nuggets of wisdom from the chat, and I want to mention something that someone else said. Some advice is just roll higher. You know, we call it high rolling. I've seen some advice in the chat. Just roll higher. You know, just roll higher.
Just roll.
That's all.
Just roll higher.
You know.
Okay, guys, it's that easy.
Might be good advice, but go ahead.
No, I was gonna be, as we get into this lobby. I'm reminded of what feels like maybe a simpler time when the world wasn't quite so crazy. But all I remember back is a player named Ziggy. And for those of you who watched last season, who watched Ziggy compete, Ziggy is, like myself, a fellow Canadian. He was one of our finalists last season in Season 4. But not only that, Ziggy has an adorable cat. And I feel like that's an important thing to point out. And not only does Ziggy have an adorable cat, but there was a funny story. We were actually trying to interview him for our Season 4 playoffs. And I asked if he could tilt the camera so that we could see his adorable cat sitting in the background. And he accidentally knocked over a cup of water on his desk and spilled it all over his computer equipment. And that's my fondest memory of Ziggy, and I felt really bad. Anyway, that's it. That was our tangent. I just wanted to get that out of the way because it's a great story. And you have the bias events and stuff as well. I think I have some Ziggy bias going into this.
What was he What game was he competing in? Was it Auto Chess also, or was it?
We were competing in Underlords last season. We now have Auto Chess in the program.
Gotcha.
So
that's great. Like that's something I'm very curious about. Is like which players can really show how good they are in multiple games, and the fact that Ziggy has an auto battler background and is looking for that success here, has made it this far in this tournament. That's pretty cool. I've been critical of. I'm some sort of elitist, man, because like I'm always going to be critical of pros because it's fun. Because why not? It's like go pro in multiple games. Okay, look, that's. Anything else is unacceptable. I want to see Faker is impressive. He's pro in League of Legends. It's fine. But you know what? Go pro in another game. You know, be a superstar in multiple games. I'm going to have high standards for our pro players. So I love that Ziggy has such a nice auto battler background and is finding a little success here in Auto Chess. So hopefully he can make a comeback happen, if not for the sake of the technical issues that he underwent for trying to show his cat on stream. Maybe he deserves some victory.
Yeah, I think so here. But let's take a look. Choke God opening up here with you. But let's take a look at what everybody's doing. I see some goblins. I see some more goblins.
Yeah.
I got some more goblins.
Oh my god.
Is it more goblins? Oh my goodness. Well,
goblins everywhere. It's like something out of Lord of the Rings. You're in the Mines of Moria. That's all the goblins are coming after you in this game.
Yeah. That's it. Drums in the deep. Nobody wants to be dealing with that right now. Also loving all the Canadian flags I'm seeing here in the chat. But let's jump on board with somebody else. Let's jump on board with Monty, another one of these players that you were excited to see going on into this one. We are seeing. I don't think he's gonna. I don't. Is he gonna? Oh my goodness. They're just taunting you. But you really don't want to run that unicorn. An early werewolf though, that could actually be kind of cute. That could be kind of fun. Level 3 2.
Yeah,
already.
I like werewolf. I've been trending towards units that can spawn more units. Like werewolf's a good example of that. Poisonous worm, there's a few examples of units that can become a little bit more valuable because they can turn into multiple units rather than just one. So I haven't found too many ways in my personal style to incorporate the werewolf, but I'm trying to incorporate him more. And also, I believe Monte is represented by Space Station Gaming. At least he was at the Auto Chess Invitational. So that's pretty cool. We're already seeing some teams, quite a few teams sign on some of these players from Auto Chess. So by Drodo Studios. So cool to see that Monte, a representative of a pretty nice esports team. So we'll have to see if he can turn that into success. But yeah, it's Lord of the Rings over here. There's goblins everywhere. We'll have to see what kind of transitions happen. It is impossible for every player in the lobby to go goblin. I'm not a mathematician, but it's pretty safe to say that's not going to happen. But it is crazy how many goblins are on the boards right now for all these players. They are very strong in the early game, and the question is going to become what kind of transitions are we going to see, and who's gonna move away into goblins, and who's gonna double down.
Yeah, that is the big question. Assassins also being brought out there, of course, looking to synergize. Just trying to build up that early DPS, that damage per second, and able to hunt down some of the troops. I also think it's interesting to note, I need to jump up. I'm just going to ignore the 4 unicorns down there. We're going to pretend they're just there to taunt us. I need to jump up with Flame, because Flame is doing something a little different. He got a very early Taboo Witcher, and he's sort of been playing into this right now. He's got Spirits already, which we've seen is an amazing late game composition. He's incorporating this Witcher in, as well as these mages, so he's doing something very different off the bat. This might be a composition that I would say traditionally could be a little bit weaker earlier, but because he's the only one going for it, it might end up actually not doing too badly for him here, because he's going to be able to get these 2-star pieces that much sooner.
Yeah, and already having that 3 dragon synergy in round 5, that's a pretty decent deal with the Umbra. Umbra is one of my favorites, one of my favorite pieces, because again, it spawns into multiple units, and the Agarsis bonus if you can scale that with something else. But already having a 3 dragon bonus here for Flame in approaching round 7. Wow, interesting battle here at the end. Water Spirit versus God of War. God of War
final shield bash.
Somehow, able to come out on top. And that's actually a little annoying for Flame, because I think he was working on a winning streak. So he wanted to win at the end there, but God of War a little bit too strong.
Yes, indeed. Let's jump around a little bit here. We'll jump in with Choke God here in a bit. He's still sitting down at that lost streak, lost 20 HP already, but he's built up a pretty sizable economy to boot. We're seeing a bit of a Druid play coming in here now with Assassin for Devless, which is not necessarily a combo you see too often here. He's just running these Assassins at the start. I wonder if he'll commit to it, if he's able to really level up that Abyssal Crawler, because that's such a great carry unit here. We'll continue to follow along with that. But just having this early Abyssal Guard, having this Marine bonus, that additional MR, and of course, that Corrosion, anything with negative armor. You don't know this about me yet. I love negative armor. I'm a huge fan of anything that's got an AoE debuff. I'm all about that. Agarsis, I'm all for it. Yep. I personally, anything like that, Mage as well, with that negative magic resist up to 150%. If you get 9, if you stack 9 mages, 150% negative magic resist, that does a lot of damage. I'm a fan of any one of those blanket abilities.
I'm with you on that, man. And honestly, I think that's pretty good advice for anyone who is just getting into auto chess or is maybe a little bit lower ranked. That can be a pretty solid strategy to go for, just to try to climb the ladder. Find those armor debuffs, scale them well, and it's pretty entertaining to see how effective that can be. As looks like we're still looking at Devless here, going for a double Water Spirit. It's got a lot of Assassins in play, and now he finds himself at the top of the lobby on a 5-win streak. Looks like he's got the Assassins up. He's got a Marine buff going as well, and going a little bit into Druid. And I said that before. I've been a fan of Druid lately as well. I think it's a good way to pick up some sustain and just try to stay alive in a lobby. So curious to see that from Devless. Obviously, his economy is a little lower. Compare that with Choke God at the bottom of our lobby, all the way up to 40, 41. Now spending a little, getting down to 33 on his econ. Ziggy at 27. So Devless is taking a little bit of an economic sacrifice, but he's got 3 of those 2 stars on the board, as you said. He's up to 6 on his level, and he's definitely looking to keep this win streak alive.
Yeah, and he's got that Ogre Mage on his bench. He has the Venomancer now in play. He could look to transition into the Kira as this game progresses here as well, because Spirits and Kira we know can be a pretty deadly combination. But let's jump on board now to Choke God, who came into this. He is the 18 points, tied for first overall in terms of these players. He's rocking out with Spirits, Divinity right here. Again, moving into more of this late game composition here. He didn't really play into the early Goblins. He didn't really do this. He's just going to get these troops in here now. He's going to maintain his loss streak. So this is going to be very interesting to watch. I will trade over to somebody else, but interesting to know where he is right now. Let's check out Kamburo, who's one of these players we haven't got a chance to see too much here. He's got some of these Goblins still, but as you can see, he's also looking to transition more. And it looks like Divinity is going to be the play for him as well. A very divine lobby so far, if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, really strong God of War there, trying to take most of the damage. He's got the Venomancer going as well, going up against Ziggy in this lobby, who's working on an assassin comp, and it looks like Kamburo is going to be able to sustain here without too much trouble. Ziggy near the bottom of the lobby, so it's I wonder if Ziggy's trying to work on a losing streak of his own, but Kamburo doing a pretty decent job. His economy's just fine. Going for that Divinity, as you said, but still strong Goblins in his composition. And as I comment on that, selling 2 of his Goblins. And that's something you can see, again, at the beginning of this lobby, we were joking about it, how many Goblins were in play. That means some players have got to make a decision. They got to bounce out of Goblins, sell at a strategic point, and then decide what to commit towards. So we're seeing that unfold in front of our eyes here for Deathless.
Yeah, and I think it's always fun to see how these, or what that break point is, because there is one. Like mathematically, there's a point where it goes, okay, it's time for me to start transitioning my build right now. And I usually say between rounds 12 and 15 is usually when I'm starting to look at what this is going to, how this transition is going to go. And it feels like already here in group number 3, they are really willing to transition sooner than what we've seen in other lobbies. A lot of them are already dumping out of these early game builds. They've gotten where they want to get. They're starting to grab these other pieces as they need them. And they are going to start to make that transition now. But Choke God, my goodness, 49 HP. I understand the idea of wanting to maintain a loss streak, but he has taken a lot of damage for it. He's opted into Priest, which again, makes a lot of sense here. He's going to try and take that less damage for these losses. He's playing into this loss streak. And I love the fact that there is literally an alliance synergy that allows you to do that. It sort of benefits this open force strategy. But at the same time, I don't love it. I don't love the idea of sacrificing this much HP early.
It's just great because, I mean, I love all your points, but this is very interesting because Choke God, we know how good he is. And we're kind of seeing a really interesting strategy here where we're seeing a player really go after that loss streak. Sure, he's sacrificing a lot of health. His economy is in pretty good shape. Everyone's economy is in pretty good shape across the entire lobby. But this is the question here. We know Choke God is pretty good at this game. He just got first and second in the first 2 lobbies. So what is he going to do to turn this losing streak into success? This is a great time to take notes because we don't see this too often. So if Choke God can somehow take this win streak and win this lobby, that would be pretty crazy. But we know he's capable of doing something like that. So I'm with you. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on him, going for a mage composition. He's got some dragons in the mix. Actually, it looks like we switched over to Flame, who's got those dragons in the mix, and going with the mages. But we'll definitely keep an eye on Choke God as this goes along. I feel like if people are betting, do you think Choke God is going to get last? Who thinks Choke God is going to get last here? Is a question I have.
I don't look. Here's the thing: if Choke God has to get last, he has to live up to his name while doing so. He has to be in first place the whole time and then choke at the very end. That's how he needs. You know what I mean? Or as this mid game, if you're going to do it, live up to your namesake. But at the same time, I still think the Choke God's going to come back here. That 10 loss streak, it is truly intentional. It is calculated. And I have high expectations for when he finally decides he wants to switch out of park and he wants to put himself into drive. I expect we're going to be going at 100 miles per hour. A lot of loss streaks we're seeing right now.
He's making me nervous.
He is. He's
making me nervous, dude. He's all the way down at 38. So it almost feels a little desperate, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, and maybe he feels really confident with his position. Maybe he does.
Yeah, I don't know. I want to believe. I want to believe in Choke God. You know, he would make a fool of us, right? He wouldn't come first and second in the 2 lobbies when he's not on stream just to get on stream and then hard. He wouldn't do that to us as casters, right? Come on.
We'll see. This would be the moment. This is going to be the critical moment here for Cho'Gath. This next round, either A, he wins this next round and he turns it around, or B, he loses and he's in dire straits, because at 38 health, if he loses another one here, I don't feel like he's going to try to keep his losing streak going from here. Like, it just feels to me 38's a little low, but he's much better than me. So he might be like, whatever, dude, this is just business as usual. Don't worry.
See, okay, so he actually, I think we're about to see it now. He early leveled. He's now at level 8. He's now down to just below 30, which means he's going to lose that interest as well. This is the round where he needs to go up. This is the round where he needs to have his composition finally come online, get all those troops in, or having that wave slash, do so much area of effect. And there it is. So in an instant, turning around. There you are.
Here's the thing, though, with that round, Bobula is going for a loss streak. I don't think Bobula wanted to win that at all. So Cho'Gath might have gotten a little fortunate there that he ran into a player who's working on a loss streak of his own. So still remains to be seen what's going to happen here with Cho'Gath. Now, what we know for sure is that his losing streak is now over. So we know for sure now that he has no more intentions of losing any further. Cho'Gath is going to try to turn this into a big win streak. No reason not to at this point, since he just won after losing 10, 11 in a row. So now we're really looking out for Cho'Gath to turn this into a win streak. I feel like a loss from here in a round would be not an intention. However, he still has 2 eggs on the bench. So it's just very curious stuff.
I think he's going to be holding on to those. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. That was a big ultimate going out there, just wrecking him. But I think he's going to be holding on to those eggs if he can find those legendary pieces when he can. I don't think that loss was necessarily intentional right there. That was pretty darn solid play coming out there. All the troops dove in and they took so much damage from that Storm Spirit. That was just tough to deal with. Thunder Spirit, I should say.
Yeah, Cho'Gath doesn't want any more losses here. Definitely wanted to win that last one. So we'll see if Cho'Gath can come back. His economy has definitely suffered. He's been rolling down for sure, or all the way down to 14, down to 8. Yep. It looks like he's finding the pieces he's looking for. He's got a level 2 Water Spirit, level 2 Storm Shaman. He's got the Spirit bonuses happening. He's up to 6 Mage on the buff. So 6 Mage, 2 Spirit right now are the only buffs he really has working for him. And it looks like now he's going up against Flame, who I believe he...
he just there it is.
Against him, yeah.
Okay, so I want to note, his Storm Shaman leveled up that last round, his Source leveled up that last round, and his Tortola Elder leveled up that last round. And you saw it there, and for the record, this is the best ability name in the game. His Kamehameha went right on through and just bodied that other board. That's amazing and also hilarious to watch. I think we're on. I think it's safe to say Cho'Gath's online.
He's got the Pulse Staff too on the Tortola Elder, increasing 10% ability damage and gaining 100% mana restoration on hit, and he's also building towards the Origin Wand, so on that Tortola Elder. So really trying to make that work for him. And again, he's got the magic synergies happening. 6 magic, all enemies losing 90% magic resistance. So it's just all that working together. Enemies lose magic resistance, and then boom, he has the AoE from Thunder Spirit. Boom, he has the AoE from Shining Dragon, and then the Tortola Elder will finish off the AoE. So really just pushing everything into the magic and taking out Monte there pretty cleanly.
Yeah, that's going to be mages there for Cho'Gath. He's back on the rally, so we're going to go off him for a little bit. I think we kind of know he's going to be just fine. Twitch chat telling me actually losing after 14 rounds, losing only 48 HP, not too bad, or being only 48 HP, that still seems fairly low to me, but I trust you, Twitch chat. I see what's going on. So we're going to jump on board here with Komburo, who is now down towards the bottom, also running this divinity, but flexing into Warlocks here as well, a little bit differently. So trying to go for this AoE lifesteal going on there, going to try and get as many of these units in, but he's got a lot of level 1s. His Grim Touch only level 1, his Soul Reaper only level 1, his Storms, he's actually only got a level 1 Desperate Doctor, which at this stage in the game, definitely not ideal.
Yeah, let's see here. He's really trying to make that divinity work. I mean, he's got 4 divinity going, so abilities are happening all the time here. But Komburo on a 7 loss streak.
Oh no! Don't lose to the Ursas. Oh no! Oh, he's losing to neutrals. Okay, that's actually suboptimal. That shouldn't be happening. No,
he doesn't want that. He doesn't want that. So we'll see if he can come back, but it almost looks like something just went wrong for him this game.
There we go. He did get the Scryer though, so that's actually pretty huge for Divinity. That one was actually pretty massive.
I think it's another moment where it's going to be a critical round for him. He's on a 7-loss streak. I don't know if he wants to take another loss. Might bring him a little bit too low for comfort. So this might be a moment here for Kumburo to try to bring this back. Let's see how this unfolds. Of course, the function of the God of War is to absorb as much damage as possible in the beginning, and then you leave it up to the rest of your units to make the damage happen that you need to come out on top, going up against Bobula here. Now, Bobula is also on a 7-loss streak, so these are two players with the biggest loss streaks going up against each other.
We'll see who comes out on top. That call down, though. Oh, my goodness. All right. That's the fun of running that Herald there as well. But I think it's actually going to be Kumburo being able to stabilize, taking down that Heaven Bomber to seal the deal there on that one. And nicely done. And now going to be able to go up to 9 as well. Pretty much everybody in the lobby hitting 9. Economy's still looking pretty good for a lot of these top players, though. That's where able 14 win streak for Devulus. And the fact that his economy, I actually need to check out his board, because the fact that his economy is that not bad per se, which is there, means he has had to roll a whole lot with this 14 win streak, and he still hasn't even necessarily found the level 2 pieces he was looking for. Little things like his Storm Shaman is still not level 2. That is really not ideal, but somehow Devulus is still able to win these rounds. That is awesome for him.
Yeah, he's going a little bit more heavy into the goblins as the game goes along. With that 14 win streak, he's kind of coasting, so definitely going to be trying to win as much as he can. Definitely wants to have as big of a win streak as possible, but might be a little too much. Kumburo able to end that win streak from Devulus. So very nicely done by Kumburo. Meanwhile, Bobula at the very bottom of the lobby. Purzun also dropping a 9-loss streak and a 4-loss streak respectively. We are getting squeezed at the bottom of the lobby here. Our bottom 4 players not too far at all from each other. Choke God at 34. He's been able to turn it around. If you remember, 34 is pretty much where he was at when we were like, okay, Choke God, we know you're on a 10, 11 loss streak, but now it's time to start winning, and he's doing that. He's been winning ever since that moment. Choke God now just a super powerful spell casting, just make the enemy disappear. It's just the enemy just disappears. If you combine all these spells together, all these AoE spells together, it is so satisfying. But I'm the one who's always on the losing end of it, so it's not satisfying when you get demolished by it, but it looks like it's satisfying to do.
We just saw Purzun get demolished by it right there. He's now down to 8 HP. Bobula is down to 4. Both of these two players running relatively, or I should say Kumburo and Purzun running relatively similar comps down there towards the bottom. But Bobula, he's the one player who really sort of failed to transition. He saw everybody else go off of goblins. He saw everybody else go off of mechs. He's like, that's cool. Then I'll try and own this. But the problem at that point, if you're going to commit to this, like, his Soulbreaker is still, he's level 2. Well, he's maybe actually able to find the level 3 here pretty shortly. But the fact that if you're going to commit to this, you need to be able to find those level 3 units if you're going to go for it. But at that point, still, you just need to roll sooner. He's now level 9, so trying to find these 1 and 2 cost units is even going to get harder. So Bobula, I just think he's in a pretty rough position here. I think this might be lights out for him.
Yeah, and going up against the top player in the lobby, Devulus. So we'll see if Bobula can hang on. Also, he's got a level 1 Soulbreaker on the board. And if it's round 24 and you've got 4 HP and you're playing a level 1 Soulbreaker, it's not exactly where you want to be, and that's going to lead to a defeat for Bobula, going to be taken out by Devulus. So he's going to be number 8 in the lobby. Meanwhile, Purzun is just behind him in the 7th position on a 6-loss streak, down to 2 HP. So he might be going down soon as well. We'll see if the Venomancer can save him, although it is only level 1 there for Purzun. But slowly but surely, our players are getting knocked out. And Choke God, remember him? He's now on a 6 win streak. Definitely turning around big time and looking very scary.
I would expect nothing less. We're seeing the light rotation. You got to get all those troops over. Hang on, we're going to see, and this is really interesting, seeing sort of where, oh, no mind, it's just the minion round. Seeing where players are positioning here. We often see bottom left side tends to be sort of the handshake, I think we tend to call this. When players sort of are going, look, we're going to meet in the middle. This is how we're going to play this out. But instead, this time around, playing it on the other side. Going to try and maybe catch some players off guard. And now the level 3 God of War here. for Pearson. That could actually make a difference here because he gets really, really tanky. Just going to throw a little bit of armor on him there just to increase that a little bit. But able to soak up all that damage, that really is going to allow your other troops to sort of dish out the World of Hurt here. And a lot of CC on this board. I'm looking at this between the Desperate Doctors, having all those bouncing casts all over the place, as well as the Storm Shaman. This static storm makes such a difference in these fights.
Yeah, and I like what you're saying, especially the level 3 God of War. If, like, obviously that is a massive unit. If you can stack him correctly, you're having some fun. And that's what he's doing. He's throwing able to combine a steel plate mail in the nick of time there onto his God of War. So really wants to make sure that God of War is a focus for the enemy for that DPS. And then it's up to the rest of his pieces to dish out the damage. And it looks like Pure Zun is going to survive. He's going to stay alive here. And that was a pretty comfortable victory there. So we'll see if it just doesn't have a strong board. It's like everything he has is level 1. I mean, his God of his level 2, his God of War is like the number 2 damage dealer. I don't know about a God of War being in your top 2 damage dealers. So I don't know if Pure Zun's be lasting much longer here. He's only got 1 in the bank also. So no economy whatsoever. Probably going to get taken out.
A little bit of desperation there in that one because he's level 9, as are most of these other players. But you see like Flame and Devless, who we did actually just take out in that last round, though. So I'm not counting Pure Zun out of it quite yet. I may eat my words in this next one, but we'll see. The fact that he has no economy means even if he is able to stabilize a little bit here, which I don't think he is, not facing into that Helic. Oh my goodness, the call down doing so much damage. I should say, even if he was able to stabilize here, he's dead to rights. He's just trying to outlast a couple other people. He's not playing to win at that point. He's just playing to not lose.
Yep, and you said desperate. He had 2 Desperate Doctors out on the board. So A to B to C there, and Pure Zun gets knocked out. In the 7th place, it would have been nice if he had been able to live a little longer. As we can see, Kimburo with only 3 HP. So Pure Zun maybe could have tried to do something to outlast Kimburo, but you know, it happens. Move on. And as the chat would say, just roll higher. Just roll higher.
Just roll higher. Yeah.
Yeah. Roll higher in the next game. That's all.
That's all you got to do. We're jumping on board with Kimburo now. I'm going to try and watch these players as they start to get down towards HP. Want to try and see them as they get knocked out, see where these different top boards are or how they're looking, I should say. I'm also I can't wait to check in with Ziggy at some point because he's got a level 3 Abyssal Crawler and a level 3 Shadow Crawler. That is some high intensity assassin action. We'll jump on board with him in just a bit because actually we're doing it right now as Ziggy is actually taking on Kimburo right now. We'll see how well these assassins do. But Abyssal Crawler not really able to do a whole lot right here, not able to stack that attack speed at all, just getting absolutely shut down in the midst of this entire team. The CC that I was talking about, those assassins just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, assassins and how they scale in the late game, I feel like has been a concern for a long time in auto chess. There's some units that can some pieces that and compositions that can just shut that down. So assassins can not do as well as the game goes along. But that being said, like level 3 Abyssal Crawler is pretty nuts. If you get him going like that and you stack them with items like that, that's a pretty crazy piece to have. So we'll see. We'll see what Ziggy does from here. If the assassin comp, if it has lived its life through the early rounds of this game, or if he can, or if he's going to have to change something up to become a little stronger.
Yeah, it's really the big question here. And it's also interesting to note here how Kimburo he's not really committing any one of these units, any one of these pieces to really being a hard carry, though. It may change a little bit as the Venomancer goes through. He's actually spreading out his items quite a bit, wanting to just try and increase the overall survivability and damage of all of them here. And this is going to be a pretty close matchup. But the piece I have to look at here, it's this helicopter level 2. That is just so terrifying. If you can get the egg on that, able to just increase that damage output as we're seeing it right now. Every time that call down goes through, it can do a lot, but not quite enough this time around. I can't believe it. Kimburo holds on.
Kimburo holds on. Has the Scryer in there, which was one of the last to survive. The level 2 Soul Reaper is interesting also. What else does he have going on? Kimburo. No Agarsis bonus with that Soul Reaper, which is a little interesting. It feels like Soul Reaper is the hardest to get amongst all the Agarsis units, especially level 2 Soul Reaper. So it's a little interesting he doesn't have an Agarsis bonus going on. But no criticism here because he's holding strong. Monte is down to 12 HP. Chokod is actually on a 3-loss streak. So the turns are tabling a little bit for Chokod, where he had a big win streak going, but now on that 3-loss streak. So we'll keep an eye on that. We are very close with our 3 players at the bottom of the lobby here, battling for 4th, 5th, and 6th. And it looks like it could be a fight for top 3, if not just top 2, between Devless and Flame.
Yeah, that's really what we're keeping our eye out here for. The decisions of what units to try and go for 3-star, if any, at this point is really the big question. I think also maybe just looking for eggs at this point too. We are going to see the Herald attempted here for Chokod. And Chokod's really the one I want to watch. To remind folks, he's coming into this tied for first place overall across all of our leaderboards here. He's making some final adaptations here at the end. He's really going to be dropping out those dragons. Going to be focusing on the wizards and stuff as well. But he's actually only at 5 mages right now. He doesn't have that full 6. So he doesn't have that full magic resistance there. That might have been a bit of a misplay there at the end, juggling around those troops, because he's going to take a lot of damage. In fact, I think he's going to take so much damage that this might just be him out of the lobby right here in. Oh. Okay. Easy, calculated, just fine, totally fine. This is fine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering the same question as you, man. It's a pretty ominous 5 out of 6 for that mage bonus. When it was working so well a little earlier, you know, he was wiping other players. The good news is Kimburo was knocked out. The good news for Chokod, not good news for Kimburo, I guess. But Chokod able to nestle himself into the top 5 of this lobby. The question is, can he outlive Monte and Ziggy? Okay, look, he went back up to 6. He went back up to 6 on the mage. He's got the 4 spirit. Actually going to 7 mage. Okay, back to 6.
Oh, there it is.
Going up to 4 dragon, 4 human. He's got 2 wizards. So looks like the synergies are back in business here for Chokod. And we can see how effective it is. I think he's fine.
I think he's going to be okay here. Yeah. Portola Elder, I believe. Kamehameha! Let's go! Maybe I don't believe. Maybe I don't believe. Maybe I don't believe. The goblin bonus is kicking in.
Oh. That's it. Choke got out. Just barely. Literally. Just barely. That was close.
Oof.
That was pretty intense there at the end.
Yeah, that's pretty rough. I mean, when it comes down to a literal, like, 1v1. I mean, that's the thing, too. These are auto battlers. They have no control over what these, other than they play them down, they line them up, they know where they want them to go. But at the end of the day, the AI's got a mind of itself. It's going to do what it wants to do. And sometimes those moments, just watching this play out, can be kind of heartbreaking. We are jumping on board now with Monte, who you talked about being, one of the players to watch going into this. Him and Ziggy, I want to note, they have no economy, but they're only at 9. They're going to have 1 less piece on the board than, say, Flame and Devless here. And with their economies in this shape, there's no chance that they're going to be able to level up to 10 here. So we'll see if, deciding instead to fully invest at level 9 is going to make a difference here for them. That's my big question mark.
Yeah, they just have to superpower up the units that they have with really no hope of getting up to level 10 with the economy that they have. Monte barely staying alive here against Ziggy. It's the next closest player in the lobby. Look, this is the power we see from that beast of a unit, the level 3 Abyssal Crawler. Look at it go. It's just absolutely shredding. See you later. See you later. Res. It's just like, this is what gives you nightmares sometimes. Look at how stacked this Abyssal Crawler is with the items too. Oh man, I love it. You love to see it.
Oh yeah. I mean, if you're going to commit to a carry, commit to a carry. Get him 6 stack. That's what we like to see. But it is now Ziggy here with only 2 HP left. Oh me, oh my. He's got a couple of level 3 assassins to play with though. And look at the items. Oh my goodness. I mean, this isn't actually about I lied. This isn't fully 6 stacked here. He could still do some more upgrades. I don't think he's actually gonna be able to find those here probably at this late stage. But we'll see if he can make it happen with only level 9. That's my big question mark here. He's facing off against, I think it's Flame up there at the top. Yes, it is, with those mages as well. Assassins, you'd think in some situations should be able to beat mage. We'll see if that's going to happen here. And it looks like that is going to be the case.
He's fine. That was pretty. He was kind of cruising actually on that one. Ziggy, the 3 stars really coming out and being strong for him. He's the only player with 3-star units. Ziggy's the only guy with shadow level 3, a 3-star shadow crawler and a 3-star abyssal crawler. No one else has a 3-star. So, I mean, that kind of answers your question as far as 9 versus 10. If you have 9, that is ideal. If you have 2 of your 9 are 3-star, that's going to be good news for you if no one else has 3-star. So we'll see if those can outlast and lead to victory for Ziggy. He needs those 3-stars to put in work if he's going to stay alive.
And speaking of putting in work, this Venomancer here is certainly doing that, keeping the hopes and dreams alive there for Monte with 6 HP. But this seems to sort of be the battle of the haves and the have-nots right now. You've got these 2 players with no economy, with only level 9, no HP to work with, and then you've got like Devless and Flame up here at the top. Devless, who did end up going into this Goblin Kira build, which is something people have been talking about a little bit. That's a different way to sort of transition this Goblin here. Only having the level 1 Devastator though, but so close to a level 3 Venomancer. That could be huge here for Devless. That could be massive. We'll definitely be looking to keep an eye on that one, because we've seen the power of this Venomancer, not only in this game, but in every game so far today.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we've had a bit of commentary in the chat about that as well. The strength of the Venomancer, and are we going to see him find 3-star? Yes, we are. And check out the items on that bad boy. Check out the items on that bad boy. That's pretty scary.
Anytime you get an Axe of Fury on him, now really the last thing he's looking for is the Cuirass. That's really what he's looking to build here. Not only get the mana restoration to get the attack speed, that AoE attack speed, he's reducing the enemy armor by 8 and attack speed by 15. That is disgustingly strong. So I think Devless, obviously he's in first place, so he's going to be one of the ones to beat, but I think that's only going to further emphasize this. Look at how much that this Venomancer is going to be impacting all of those assassins around him. They are just doing no damage in his presence right now, because with that negative armor from that Chemical Rage, they melt so quickly. Combining that with that Abyssal Gaze from the Siren, that Petrified doing work, and that's Monte just done. Ziggy as well in a world of hurt, and I think Devless really the player to beat.
Just got a high roll. Just roll higher. Get that 3-star Venomancer and get it working, and you're going to be just fine in auto chess. Just absolute destruction. Completely loading him up with every item imaginable. He's got the Cloud Halberd, of course, disarms an enemy with the highest attack for 3 seconds, which is pretty nifty. That can work for you pretty nicely. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's scary, but it's also a beautiful thing. So Ziggy at 2 HP, he's got nothing in the bank. He is probably going to be out in third, and it's looking pretty apparent. Devless first, Flame second, and Ziggy third, but we'll have to see if anything crazy happens.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent combo with the Static Storm and the Abyssal Gaze. Maybe it could have been enough under normal circumstances, but not when you've got this Venomancer here for Devless. I don't think there's any hope. The Abyssal Crawler, you're looking at the difference between a level 2 uncommon unit versus, this Venomancer who's just a little bit too terrifying to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like if you ask anyone if they can have this Venomancer, if they know they can have this Venomancer, like, yep, sign me up. I want that Venomancer with those items. That's all I want in auto chess. Devless has achieved. So
I also
should be able to hold on.
I'm pretty sure Flame actually lost to Ziggy's other board there too, which is kind of funny. Like, if things had gone just a little bit differently, maybe Ziggy could have lived a little bit longer. But in any case, we're now down to our top 2 very different builds here. We've got Goblin Kira on one side. We've got Spirits and Mages on the other one. I love it. So much build diversity today, Axel Toss. This is amazing to see.
And Flame doesn't have any 3-stars, and his economy isn't great, but also there's no one else in the lobby. So you gotta think if Flame is able to roll down a little bit, he would definitely pick up some 3-stars. But problem is he doesn't quite have the economy to do it. So I think that's what he's really looking for. There we actually see an egg popping up. And that might be huge. That might be critical for Flame, because clearly Devless has got the 3-star Venomancer. This is Devless's game to lose, is in complete control here. So Flame, without any 3-stars, needs to roll down a little. Again, especially with no one else in the lobby, there's some pieces that he can get to get those 3-stars up on the board, and still not having a 3-star, down to 11 on his econ. So not really finding the pieces he's looking for.
I think this is really interesting too. So Flame is betting on the fact that he can win, or not win, at least not lose too hard one more round. He's keeping himself at 11, which means he's going to get that one little bit of additional income to try and then do a full final roll down at the end. Oh, with that Tortola Elder Kamehameha shot at the end, his prediction, I think, will be correct. He'll be, no problem there. Yeah, only losing like 7 or 8 there, I think, for that one. So he's now going to have that additional little bit of gold, and he's now going to try and find the roll down he needs. He's looking for this water spirit. He's rolling. Yeah. He's rolling hard all the way down.
Everyone knows this feeling. It's like, gosh, you need it. You're running out of money. You only have a few more clicks, and then you're like, wait, do I have to sell something so I can roll again? Maybe that's what he's thinking right now. He's like, what can I possibly sell so I can roll again to find what I'm looking for? Let's see what he ends up doing. 3 seconds left. Okay, not doing much. 17 HP, so in theory, and obviously we have a neutral round here, so a little bit of time to work with here. Can build up a little bank.
Yeah.
And I wonder if he should have saved there so he can have econ going into this next round, because he just spent a lot of money going up against a neutral round. I wonder if he should have saved there. But getting another item on the board too. Let's see if he can get what he's looking for. Any 3 stars. Honestly, any 3 stars.
I feel like even these top players sometimes just lose track of where they're on the neutral. Oh, he's looking for that Grim Touch as well. Oh, that could be big here. Because that's still his level 1, and he's still got a level 1 Grand Herald in as well. We're going to be looking to upgrade that. Man, this is just really unfortunate. Yeah, he just hasn't been able to find the units he's looking for. Down to 2, which means we got to watch Devless here. One of these games I'm going to watch and have it finish with a victory screen instead of defeat, as I'm still looking at this Venomancer, which is now just ungodly stacked, as it's just going to run right on in and do a ton of work. We'll see if the mages can try and find a little bit of a rally here with the call down from everything going on. I don't think there's much of a hope here. As once that Venomancer gets into play, that's going to be all she wrote. Well, it's petrified a little bit. Maybe I spoke too soon. I did not speak too soon. He is going to be fine. He is going to be just fine.
Total HP on that Venomancer, 12,625.
Yikes.
That is a huge number. That is massive.
Oh, there's the water spirit that there's the water spirit the Flame was looking for.
Okay.
Oh man, let's jump back on board with Flame. Oh, he's so close. He's just so close to finding the level 3. That is just heartbreaking. He's literally 1 away, and he's not able to find it. Oh, Devless. At least these have been close though. Like, gotta give all the props to Flame right here. He's fighting a bit of an uphill battle. He's just looking for those couple of pieces left. You have to think that RNG is paying a little bit of a factor in this. Just not quite able to get the units where he needs them to be. And that's just going to be it. I guess we're always seeing that defeat screen at the end. That's going to be
I saw
GG.
Victory on my screen.
Well, I guess I thought I was watching the right screen. In any case, that is going to be GG. That is going to be the game going over to Devless there. So congrats to him. Really, really solid performance. That was the Goblin transition. Finding the Kira is able to go into that. Not really something other people were doing. Obviously something that's popular and sort of well-known in the scene, but everybody else sort of flexed more towards mages, into assassins, into divinity. That was the big thing in that game. But really, in the end, it was sort of staying to a bit of a tried and true, building a hyper carry and playing behind him.
Yeah, a lot of curious stuff there. I think we are, all of us collectively are really understanding the strength of the Venomancer. That was on absolute full display there by Devless, securing it somehow and then building it as well as he did. And I feel like he was hiding it a little too, because he had a lot on the bench for a time, so maybe he wasn't trying to be too obvious by playing it too much on the board. So able to pick up that level 3 Venomancer, and I think the key for other players is to prevent someone in your lobby from doing that. So maybe no one else was kind of going heavy into Venomancer, and Devless was able to sneak that in. But otherwise, pretty cool game overall. Choke God in particular, I think it was very interesting to see. Although he didn't I'm pretty sure he got 5th, but it was still pretty cool to see what he was able to do. Even with like a 10 losing streak, 11 losing streak, he made it pretty exciting too.
No, he showed how to play that strategy to perfection. We're actually going to take a look back at it in our Xperia highlights for that 3rd game. Walk us through Axel Toss, because there were a lot of really interesting moments and a ton of diverse strategies in that game.
Yeah, here we have in round 12, Bureau going up against Devless, and this was before Devless was able to get super strong, but still the assassins we can see coming through for Devless, able to take him out, and this is going to move us into a look at Devless himself going up against Choke God. Here we see him in round 17. He's got a 10 streak going on. We can already see the Venomancer being pretty strong. He's got the Ogre Mage in there as well, and able to clean up, taking care of business, pulling up to an 11 win streak. And now we're taking a look at Flame. This is round 24, and we're seeing the power of the 6 Mage here, able to just barely succeed there. Not a lot of health on those last 3 units. And then here is Devless, the MVP of that last game, emerging victorious in the lobby. And you see the Venomancer slowly getting stronger and stronger. You look at his bench, he's got the 2 Venomancers waiting, and also an egg there, which is an ominous foreshadowing of what is to come. And of course, this moves us on over to Choke God, just seeing the strength of the 6 Mage that he had. Finally, it was able to get taken out, and this was against Monte. That moment where it was just barely Choke God got taken out by Monte, and this is how close it can be in games like this. Tortola Elder, quite enough to take down Monte, and that left Choke God in the 5th position in the lobby. And finally, the man Devless, and that level 3 Venomancer just going to town. He can kind of go get a snack and just watch this unfold. Sometimes that happens in auto chess, or your composition is so nice that you don't have to pay too much attention. And that's exactly what we saw there. Just such a strong Venomancer.
And here's the thing too, he put in the work. We saw that, he had the 2 stack, the level 2 and the 2 other Venomancers at the board. That was round 26. He knew he put in the work. He could sit back, relax. His composition was primed, it was ready, it was done, it was good to go. He just had to sit back and let those wins keep on coming because of the work he did earlier on. Great play from him. Thank you so much for that Xperia highlight, Axel Toss. We'll say goodbye to you for now. We'll jump back in after our break for game number 4. But before we head to that break, I have to give a huge shout out to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, it is AT&T. They've been supporting us from the very beginning, helping to grow the grassroots of mobile esports here in North America, and we truly could not do it without them. Helping to, I know it's cheesy to say, but like make these players' dreams come true. It feels, you'd say it, but like we've had players compete at the Barclays Center at ESL One New York in front of a cheering crowd of thousands, and none of those amazing events, none of those amazing finals, none of this competition would be possible without AT&T. So thank you so much to them for helping to make this possible. Before we head onto our break, !social in the chat. Hopefully we got that command working here, because it'll give you all the links for the social channels, ESL _ or just ESL Auto Chess, I think, on Twitter. That one, just all one word, I think. ESL Auto Chess on Twitter is one of the best places to find us. And of course, over on Discord as well. We have a thriving Discord community across all our games, community nights as well. If you guys want to get involved in more awesome games, more awesome prizes up for grabs, get some cash money, all that good stuff, be sure to check that out. Be sure to check out the Discord. You can find it all there. That is only 3 games, though, in the books. We have 2 more coming your way today, so do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs here with Auto Chess. My name is Paul Enverum Toddkill. I will be your host for the show. And I am so excited to be here learning all about a new auto battler because it's our first season here for Auto Chess in the ESL Mobile Open. And it's been great to watch these top players just go at it, see the strategies evolve, how they're progressing over the day, how these different lobbies are playing. And again, we're only halfway through. We still have 2 more matches left in store. But again, I can't do this by myself. I need the man who casted the World Championships back in October over in Shanghai. Axel Toss, welcome back, sir. What have you been thinking about today's matches?
I've been thinking that I am now a Venomancer main.
Yes.
I have also been thinking that I am going to work on high rolling more. And I guess I'm also still biased for our players that competed in that Auto Chess Invitational, Monty and Vince. So I'm still looking out for them to do well. Although we've seen a lot of really cool play styles today.
I think this just goes to show just how much the NA region in particular has sort of advanced over the last few months. Because again, obviously auto chess hugely popular in like Southeast Asia and places like that. But here in North America, we've got some pretty solid players too. And it's been great to see how they have been doing. We'll take a look at our leaderboard when we've got that updated. Now that we've got a few matches under our belts, we'll be able to see how these different players have stacked up. Well, actually, let's take a look at that. Now, let's not keep everybody waiting any longer. And it's Zath and Devless. Still, what are the chances? Okay, wait. Can we do the math? What are the chances? They were both tied at 18, and now they're both tied at 24, which means they both came in third. They've had a first, a second, and a third all in a row to match this up. I did the math in my own head. That's pretty crazy.
I'm still catching up on the math, so I believe you that it's crazy. I love it, man. And you know what? If you look at the top 6, everyone is so close to each other. 24, 24, 22, 22, and then 20s all the way down. So you're not safe. You're not safe yet. So all these players are going to be doing everything they can to hold on to their position at the top, but it is very close. I mean, our 8th and 9th place players are tied right now. I'm not sure what tiebreaker situation would be, but that's just how close it can be. So there's some pressure here. Look out. And we see Monty kind of just outside of the top 8 there as we move on to the next page, going on down the line. I feel like there's probably a threshold where it's going to be hard to come back. But certainly Prodigy is still in contention on this page at least. Perhaps Benny and Ziggy if they can put together a couple wins. But yeah, man, it's a lot of fun. Formats like this where it's flight scoring, eight players playing at a time against each other.
Yep.
I think it's a really cool format, and I really enjoy that in games. So cool to see it on display here, as it looks like we're going to go back to look at Group 1, where Zath, who won the first game that we saw on stream today, I believe, holds on to his lead. GG Norm just behind him with 22. And I feel like I've seen a few of these people in our chat, by the way. We have a Twitch chat, and I recognize some of these names. Pretty sure Joseph has been in the chat. Pretty sure I saw Silent in the chat. So shout out to you guys checking out the stream as you're playing.
Yeah, I mean, one of the cool things about this is you're able to jump in and support, check out what the other lobbies are doing, because that's important to keep in mind. Just from a competitive standpoint, like, all right, what are these other lobbies doing? What are they doing that we're not? And I'm looking at it. There tends to be a couple of, I think, top strategies right now. Divinity, Kira, tends to be some of the ones that people are building around. But I'm still a fan of mages, man. I think maybe it's just like, as a caster, there's something so rewarding about just seeing all the spells go off at once, and it's just like delete, one shot, just obliterate an opponent's board in just 1 second. Everything goes on out. And it's like, well, that was cool. Just we're done for the round. On to the next one. Sounds great. But again, also seeing how players are playing around their carries and how they're building their carries. So that we're have to continue to learn and watch over the course of the day. Our 4th game. We're loading into the lobby right now. I'm excited to see. Come on, lads. Get better internet. Get on that AT&T 5G. Let's go. Let's get into this next game. I am ready. Zath is looking to hold on to that number 1 spot. Let's see if he can do it here. Or maybe GG Norm might be the one to try and take it from him. That's who we're starting off with. A lot of talent in this lobby.
Yeah, and the theme has been the Goblin in the early game. And I'm looking at everyone's board right now. We have 3 God of Wars being picked up. And looks like 4 different Goblins being picked up. And a Tusk champion to start things off. And
boy Tusk. Woo!
Yeah, the big question that I'm asking myself is, are we going to see a ridiculous amount of Goblins early on again? It has a lot of implications. I'm sure game balance folks are checking out this tournament. Game devs are always keeping an eye on how players are playing their game. I'm inclined to think that, look, if we're seeing a lot of Goblin play early on, I'd love to see something more viable than Goblins early on. If every player is picking Goblins, right? So I don't know what exactly that looks like. I don't know if there's already kind of an answer out there, but that's kind of something I'm thinking about. Is it really Goblins early every game for everyone? Is that really what auto chess is? And I feel like they're go ahead.
No, finish your thought. Finish your thought. Get it out there. I mean, you're having a gripe. You're having a gripe.
Yeah, no, you're good. I mean, I just feel like there's got to be an answer to that. There's got to be something else in the early game to really go for. So I'm curious what might happen with that going forward.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that you've got so many, these 1 and 2 cost units that are just the goblins where they just live. You've got a couple obviously up towards the legendary scope of things, but you've also then got these ones all down towards all sitting in this 1 or 2 cost. So they're just going to be kind of coming more under the carousels of these players. But also, it's been brought to my attention that it's possibly not norm, and it is possibly GG no remake or no rematch or something. So I like just calling him Norm, though, because I don't know. I imagine like, hello, my name's Norm, and I'm playing auto chess. I don't know. That sounds enjoyable to me. I don't know.
And it's his fault. I'm done with the days of people criticizing commentators for saying a name wrong. It's like, look, you made that your name, so we're going to call you by what name you gave yourself. But I think you might be right. GG no remake does make sense. But in competitive gaming literature history, usually it's GG no re, like RE. So I'm just going to be critical there. If you want that to be your name, call yourself Re. GG no re. Like, I don't know, dude.
I'm right there with you, man. Us old school guys. I went to my first esports event in 2008. It was a hot minute ago. Nice. Back then, we had all the alternating. We had the lowercase i's and stuff, and the L's, and we did like XL, like when we had the upper and lowercase alternating. The elite speak names back in the day. I miss those kind of. Don't really. Do miss them a little bit. Let's jump on board with Zath, though, who's coming into this as our #1 player, who's also looking to be potentially flexing into some assassins here to go with these goblins. I see some of those assassins on his bench.
And we'll get into the game. I just want to make one more point on what we were talking about there, but it's a branding thing, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. If you're making a name on the internet, okay, if you are having your spiritual reflection and coming up with your internet handle, make it something that's easy to say and understand, so that there's not confusion. Because the moment there's confusion with your name, that's bad branding. So just to give a quick little sound blurb there for anyone looking into establishing a brand on the internet, I think that's pretty important to have a name that's pretty easy to understand. But that's all I have to say about that. Let's talk about auto chess.
No, I have one follow-up point now. Now that you've got us down this rabbit hole, I wish me 5 years ago had heard this, because I get so many pronunciations of Inverum. Like, you would not believe it. I get Inverum.
Really?
I get Invernum. Okay. I get have a name that's you can only pronounce one way. Keep it few syllables. Make it easy to say. All right. Okay. Back to the game. All right. Agreed. As we're seeing now, I need to take a look at our scoreboard, see what's going on. We are seeing a couple more open fort strats, rolling those priests early. I like that. Going to be taking less damage early on. Silent and Joseph are likely going to be working in towards that ones. We are actually seeing Jared pulling out something. Let's jump on board. He went to Jared's. I'm going to Jared's right now.
Okay. Jared's a great name, by the way.
Yep. I can say that.
Easy. No confusion there. We see him going for a little bit of an assassin comp. He's going towards spirits too, with the Thunder Spirit on the board. A ton of goblins on the bench also. So keeping it a little bit flexible. I think we're all going to be very interested in Zath also throughout this game. Isn't it Zath and GG no re? There, I'm going to call you that. You're going to be upset about that. Is it Zath and GG no re? Are they top 2?
Top 2. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
You got it.
So we'll be keeping a close eye on them as well. They're trying to secure themselves at the top.
They are, and it's interesting because neither of them are really off to that sort of indomitable lead here. But also neither one are going for open forts. There's sort of one of the many sort of in the peloton just chilling out in the middle, just trying to coast and find their victories where they can take them, trying to just, build whatever leads they can as they can find them. But Betyo is there as well. Prodigy's in the middle. Zath, Jared, they're all just kind of chilling. Really, it's Joseph committing to that hardcore loss streak. But let's see what Benny is doing, because Benny's actually been able to build a surprisingly good economy, despite the fact that and also not losing as well, which is kind of cool. He's got that level 2 Tusk early on. Nobody's been contesting this unit even remotely a little bit. So he's got the Hunters going. He's got the Agarsis. We've seen this once before today, and it did not have a whole lot of success. And of course, I think I caster cursed him because he's going to lose again.
You went and did it. That's okay. I mean, that's a good point with the level 2-star, the 2-star Tusk champion. We kind of noted early on that no one else was really going for that. And he just got a beautiful pickup there. Thank you very much with the dragons, just throwing themselves at him when he's already going for that comp. So he's going to be really happy with how well he rolled there. But yeah, I like Umbra. Umbra is a more recent addition to Auto Chess. Umbra wasn't around a few months ago, 4 or 5 months ago. With that Agarsis bonus, there's a lot of fun dragon things you can do. So for now, it looks like Benny just trying to stay strong with some 2-stars and going for some dragon Agarsis action.
Yeah, I mean, he did it, of course, the more you hype it up, because that's the way being a caster works. The more you hype it up, he's instantly going to sell that additional dragon, because, ain't that just the way of it. We'll see if he continues. He did literally the second he started talking about it, because, as casters, the players, it's like they can hear us through the ether, and they just like to mess with us. Good time is being had by all. But that is going to be the level 2 Umbra, like you mentioned, being able to summon those familiars, sharing that HP bar. But can do a decent amount of damage, so we'll keep an eye on that one. But who else do we need to take a look at here? Who haven't we seen? We have not jumped on board yet with Silent, who looks like he may be making a long-term flight of flex into that divinity. He's got a lot of God of Wars going on right now. He actually could be potentially going for a very early level 3 God of War. He is going to continue to open forward with his composition, but he is having a ton of gold in his pockets.
Yeah, the most in the lobby right now. Joseph also with a very nice economy, but also on a 6 streak. About 20 HP lower than the next most hurt player, I suppose. Going through a neutral round here, taking out the rock golems. Not going to be too much trouble. 2 players on a losing streak right now, Zath and Joseph. And again, Zath, he's one of our players that is in contention to do quite well in this series, as he's gotten a 1st, 2nd, and a 3rd according to Paul's mathematics, which I'm not able to confirm, but I believe him. Oh yeah, totally, 100% trust, 100% trust. So yeah, he had Zath 10. Going for. Yep.
Yeah, let me do it. He had 10, and then he had 18. So you get 10 for first, you get 8 for second, 18, and then you get 24, and you get 6 for third. 6, so
10, 8, 6. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I'm all with you now. Thanks for the layman's explanation. But yeah, Zath, he's way on up there. But it's interesting to see him going for an open fort type strat, going for a loss streak early on. So we'll have to see what he turns that into.
We will indeed. Let's jump in now to the scoreboard. See exactly what everybody's bringing here. A lot of assassins coming into play. GG. I'm just going to call him Norm. We're going to keep calling him Norm. Flexing into warriors here as well, because he was able to find some of that early play there with that Tusk, but I think he actually ended up selling it. So that's fine, of course, as I bring it up. But Prodigy up at the top, actually running the Witcher here as well as some Druid strats with the Assassin. Flexing into Feathered is actually, I want to see what Prodigy's doing, because this is kind of fun. Feathered is not really a composition we have seen much at all today. That evasion just not really being a huge factor. A lot of these units are very squishy. When we do see things like mages and stuff in play, the evasion doesn't do anything for you. So having that sheer bulk of magic damage, not really making those Feathered feel very viable. But here in the early game, especially into things like goblins, could be pretty decent.
Yeah, and the Warpwood Sage especially, with the ability to just tank so much damage if you're really able to scale the Warpwood Sage up nicely, and also the Whisper Seer with the ability to pop out so many units if you can scale some abilities on the Whisper Seer to maximize that, I feel like it can be pretty strong. A Druid composition. There we see another Warpwood Sage popping out, so should pick that up right away. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. I'm definitely curious. I've said before that I do tend to use Druid quite a bit when I play. It just, there's something about it feeling easier to get your 3 stars and whatnot that makes it feel good. But you definitely have to have the right team around your Druid. So we'll see what direction our player here, Prodigy, decides to go in. He's already ranked up to level 7. His economy is certainly struggling, but he's on a 7-win streak. So he's trying to make up for his lack of economy with the win streak, trying to pick that up a little bit. And he's got the assassins supporting his Druids.
Yeah, and one of the things about Druids that I find very interesting is that while they are often great like support units, they're often good sort of rounded composition. There's not really any sort of stars that really jump out at me that really are like, wow, you know, obviously the Warpwood Sage can survive for a while, but like, you know, there's not like an Abyssal Crawler or a Venomancer that's going to really step up and sort of take over a game in terms of DPS.
I think it's like overall sustain, because a lot of Druids are just, they're just tanky, a lot of them, a lot of health. And then you have the sustain, and then you're trying to get your 3 stars as fast as possible. And then also there's the feather bonus, because you can't really go into big feathered, like trying to go to 6 feather or 9 without going Druid, because the Warpwood Sage, both the Warpwood Sage and the Whisper Seer are feathered, so it might build better with feathered mostly composition. So I don't know, we don't have to harp on it too much, but it is very curious to see. We'll see where Prodigy goes with this. I mean, he's on an 8-win streak. How long is he going to stay on top of that lobby, and where does he go from this Druid assassin composition?
And we are jumping on board now with Joseph, who's down to 26 HP at round 15. So I remember the comment in the chat last time around that going on a full loss streak and being at 46 HP at round 14 was really good. And I'm realizing that now, looking at this, down to 26 is Joseph needs to really get his butt in gear here, just get this going. But I don't think with what he's got on the board, he's got the double Desperate Doctors. He's gonna have a decent amount of CC, I guess, but there's not a whole lot of damage. He hasn't been able to find the Venomancer components he's been looking for. This is going to be a rough round for Joseph, who apparently is sort of a veteran here, sort of in the auto chess community, but struggling potentially here if he's not able to make this clutch transition when he really wants to turn on the gas.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where Joseph was in our standings overall, but I know he definitely wasn't in our top 2. So Joseph is going to have some work to do here, and it's going to have to happen now. He's on that 10 loss streak. He's at 26 health, and I've just received word that Joseph is 16th overall. So
okay,
not too far away, but a fair amount of work to do. I think he was in that last slot on our first page of our leaderboards.
Well, there you are.
But definitely,
so,
I mean, now's the time to watch and see what he can do here. Like, this is the time for Joseph to rise up on the 10 loss streak, down at 26 health. He's got 35 in the bank. This is the time to turn that into a win streak. So we'll see what he comes up with.
Joseph and Jared, the 2 folks with just normal names. Just normal names. Now's the time. And Joseph's, he's going to take a very convincing victory here in this one. Able to rally and break that loss streak. So there you are. Nicely done there. That was going to be sort of the tipping point, the turning point, as it were.
Yep.
As he's going to continue to try and level towards that level 3 Desperate. And he's actually rolling pretty hard here. He built up a lot of economies, rolling down from 50 to 30. And that's, I said, sort of the point. He's actually rolling below that now as well. He's got an early level 8. So he's just really committing to trying to step up here. He realizes he does not have a lot of HP to work with.
And Joseph with, I guess, some friendly banter, saying good play in the bottom left.
Yeah.
Always nice to see. Ooh. But this is the time for Joseph. He wants a win streak. No more losing for him. We'll see if he can put that together. He just took out Jared, and Jared's working on a loss streak of his own. Gigi Nori is also working on a loss streak. And Joseph actually gets taken out there. All right. He's running out of time.
Yeah, he's going to need to really Just try and hope that he is able to line up the pieces that he needs here. I think one of the big ones is trying to get his Soul Reaper to level 2. He's just waiting on one more piece there, but he's rolled down all the way to 19. But Silent, with 45 HP, has completely gutted his economy. He has smashed the piggy banks, rolled down. I think he was trying to find that level 3 God of War. He's only one piece away from that here. He's rolling into this Divinity with the Warlocks, the Wizards as well. We know this composition can do work in the late game. And he's really just trying to get it online now as much as possible because he's got that level 2 Vanomancer. That's one of the key components to these late game compositions.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to prevail here. And he was on a 5-loss streak. So I guess there's an argument for him to have wanted to lose another one. He's still got a decent amount of health, especially compared to Joseph. But looks like... actually, Jared did go up to a 5-loss streak, so he's going to hold on to that. Oh, that's right. We were looking at Silent. Okay. And Silent just ahead of Jared, but you mentioned it. No economy for him. So dire. I think it's a little bit dire for Silent right now, especially compared to the rest of the lobby. If you look at just the economy and everyone else in the lobby except for Prodigy at the top, he's at 0. Everyone's at 50 or above, pretty much. So I think Silent's definitely in dire straits here. We'll see if he can hang on. Meanwhile, Zath, we're always going to be keeping an eye on him because of his standings. Him and GG Nori looking like they're in pretty calm, collected positions in the middle of the lobby with plenty of economy going. Lots of gameplay left here, as it's only really Joseph who's in a lot of danger right now.
And I think I understand what Silent's thought process is here. Like, I understand if you're going to roll down, you're looking for that one-cost God of War to try and get him up to 3. But there are a couple of units in there, obviously, in the mix as well. But maybe waiting to roll down when you were at 7 before you level up to 8, maybe that's the play, but then you still don't have it. Because the other problem is like sitting on 9, we saw in the last game, is viable. You can sit at level 9, you can full run it, you can still compete with people who have hit level 10. But doing it at level 8, the economies of like Bedio and Norm and Zath, they are just going to outstrip you so quickly. They're going to be able to sustain level 8 and level 9, and you're just going to get left in the dust here if you're someone like Silent, who just has totally broken the bank. You need to work on getting that economy back in line.
Yeah, I mean, auto chess, that's part of the game. Balancing out that economy, taking risks, taking weighted risks, I guess. And it's like a balance between your health and your economy. And of course, rolling high is definitely a good thing to do as well. So it's a lot of complex things going on here, and it's a game that's on the edge of a knife when it comes to that. Can you make those critical decisions to keep yourself alive while giving yourself a streak, while building the units that you need? And sometimes it just doesn't come together. And it looks like that's the case for Joseph here at 10 HP, no economy to his name. Dire straits for him. We'll see if he can prevail here.
It's going to come down to the wire. And
he's got the 3-star Desperate Doctor, by the way.
Ooh, Joseph. All right. All right. So, I mean, Joseph was able to hold on there. Came down to the wire, but he was able to do it. At level 3 Desperate Doctor, I think, is going to make a huge difference over the course of this. Because that cast, doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but it's the stun. I mean, you've got 8 seconds of CC that you're able to potentially dish out there that does a lot over the course of this. Joseph now down to 10 HP and a dream, but he is still holding on, breaking that loss streak, able to hold on there. We're looking we sort of have like 3 camps right now. We've sort of got the ones down here like 30 below, and then we've got like the 40 to 50, and then we've got this 2 at 71 all the way up at the top. We're not watching them a whole lot right now, just because we really want to try and focus on these players who could go out at any minute, because we know we're going to see Prodigy later on. We know we're going to see Bedio later on. I'm not too worried about that. I want to see what these guys towards the bottom of the leaderboard can do.
Yeah, Joseph trying to hold on here. Looks like he's doing just fine against Benny. That level 3 Desperate Doctor might be exactly what he needs. I'm just doing a quick scan at other 3-stars we have in the lobby. Silent has finally found his 3-star God of War, so Silent's definitely going to be happy about that, but he is pretty low in this lobby, so he's got some work to do. And meanwhile, Prodigy, our player at the top of the lobby, going with the Druid, which is really cool. cool to see Druid working well for him as someone who goes Druid a lot, and ends up finding his 3-star Warpwood Sage. And of course, he's got some Druid bonuses going on, so not as hard to find that as it would normally be. And he's also working towards Feathered a little bit. As I mentioned earlier, it looks like a 6 Feathered, trying to build towards that with a Shadow Crawler and a Wind Rager in play.
And here's the thing too, is Prodigy's only at level 7 here, but because of the additional levels he's able to get from that Druid bonus, he's kind of offsetting this, because able to get like a level 2 Razor Claw, a level 3 Warpwood Sage, those are powerful units in their own right, at least in terms of defensive capability. They're going to keep you in good shape. You don't need as many units to work with here. That's really cool. Silence, who I criticized his economy, was actually able to balance out getting all the way up to level 9. I wasn't sure he was going to be able to do it, but he somehow was able to balance his checkbook beautifully and get that one done. I'm also seeing some notes in the chat just how well our Canadians are doing. Oh yeah, there, bud. We are absolutely doing stellar in these matches. Don't you know? It's going to be great. I am no bias. Hashtag no bias. Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. 4 Canadians in the lobby, it looks like. Representing strong, or at least trying to, in this tournament. Always fun to see. Of course, looking at Silent here, and trying to be silent but deadly. Let's see if he can prevail. He will. And actually, that was against Prodigy, and Prodigy was our he's our guys at the top of the lobby. So Silent has to be feeling a little good about that. I think he would allow himself to feel okay about that, because he's pretty low in the lobby, but he's taking out the guy who's at the top of the lobby. Meanwhile, Joseph with 1 HP.
Oh my goodness. 1 HP. Joseph, when you had 26 HP, I believed. When you had 10 HP, I believed. You have 1 HP. I still believe. You know, I think he's gonna be. Look, Axel Toss. I need you to like suspend disbelief here for a second, all right?
Okay.
This is how champions are made, all right? Here we go.
All right, let's go. I mean, I would cheer him on. He's got the 3-star Desperate Doctor. Of course, we just got a nice Wild Wing Ripper. Say that 10 times fast. Wild Wing Ripper.
Okay, I'm not going to.
My goodness.
Wild Wing Ripper.
Yeah, it's too much. You can try it at home. You guys in the chat, don't type it out in the chat. That's not what I'm saying. You got to say it out loud. But yeah, I mean, it's possible, especially with 3-star Desperate Doctor. I don't even know what he's going to try to pick up, though, to try to bring this back, is because his economy is shattered also, especially if you look at the, like, Norm and Betty-O.
Yeah.
With very nice economies. It just looks even more dire for Joseph with one coin and 1 HP.
Yeah, I think he maybe. Oh man, I don't even know what he was necessarily looking for here. See, chat saying he's looking for the Grim Touch, which is definitely potential here. But I don't know. This is gonna be down to the wire. This could be his last hurrah in this game. His God of War is still being able to sit up at the front and do decent work, and I think he might be able to hold on here. The health bars are still looking pretty good. He's got that Warlock bonus to continue to get him on through. And having that additional HP regen is doing all the worlds here, as it is Jared, the 2 normal guy names. It is Jared who goes out in 8th place.
Yeah. Benny is somewhat of a normal name as well, and he's also falling a little bit in the lobby, so we'll keep an eye on that too. Jared is out. His pieces will go back into the pool, and we'll see who's able to find the pieces that they need that Jared has dropped. Silent also getting low there, 7 HP. It's kind of a battle for the top 5 are all pretty close to each other, 60, 49, 41, 41, 36. So still a pretty close lobby overall. Our top 5 definitely separated from our bottom 3 here. We'll see if Joseph can prevail with this hair on his chinny chin chin and stay alive.
Oh goodness, no.
Nope. There it goes.
Oh goodness, no. That was an absolute slaughter. Okay, Zaf.
Every placement matters, not only amongst your lobby, as Paul mentioned earlier, but you're competing against everyone else who's playing, even if they're not in your lobby. So it's just important to try to stay alive as long as possible.
Oh, because that's so important to remind everyone. They play 12 games. One bad game is not going to be the difference maker here. Heck, even the first 6, while every single match is going to make a difference, you can have a rough first couple of days and then go forward. There's the Grim Touch I was looking for. Lol, that's so funny. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's still so much left for these players to do, just to step up, to continue to grind. Because over 12 matches, the average is really what's going to matter. So we'll see. We'll see what'll happen here. I hope no players take this to heart too much for our first couple of games, and they don't give up hope quite yet.
Yeah, that's a good point. And on the same token, it's that important. Like, if you are winning, I mean, that's how important that is too. Like, winning is it's such a good thing. It's obvious to say, but you got to think Norm and Zath are feeling pretty good considering their standings, and they just want to coast and keep that up. They don't want to give anything up right now. And Silent, let's see if he can stay alive here.
Yeah.
With 7 HP and no economy. All right.
He's actually able to take
got
down
that level, the 3-star God of War working for him.
I mean, the fact that he's able to take down Zath, who is our first or second place in the lobby right now, first place overall, that's really solid. Silent appears to have, of course, every time I say this, Silent appears to have stabilized somewhat. Now I've said that, of course, I'm going to have cursed him, but, you know, it is what it is.
Also, we have a special appearance from Joseph in the chat. And it's also funny, Joseph is getting the most screen time out of anyone. He's actually smarter than anyone could have anticipated. His good play in the bottom left is ever present and ever an advertisement for himself. So congratulations on that, Joseph.
Can we talk about just how terrifying level 3 treants look? Like, those things are scary looking. Those are like scary ents. Just no fun to deal with. But real talk though, this level 3 God of War has just been doing so much work here for Silent. He was so right to continue to try and roll down to find that earlier on, because it has been doing so much for him. Because now Prodigy has been taken down, Zath has been taken down. Silent has proven that he can take down the top 2 players right now currently in this lobby, which means that, you know, there's a good chance he's going to be able to outstrip Bedio and Benny to make it into this top 4. I'm putting money on it now. I think he could do it.
Silent, you think Silent can do it?
I think Silent can do it.
What you're saying? Cool.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And looking at his Venomancer also, he has a 2-star Venomancer, and he's putting a lot of strong items on that Venomancer. So between that and the 3-star God of War, yeah, I think I agree with you. I think that it is possible for him to come back here, even though he's only on 7 HP. So we'll see what he ends up picking up. Betiao, 14 HP, is going to be the next in line for the axe if he's not able to figure this out. Spending a lot of money here trying to find the pieces that he needs. Pretty much spending all of his money. Let's get the Dark Spirit out there. Not really picking up a Spirit bonus of any sorts. Interestingly, he's going 6 Hunter.
Ooh, yeah, actually, multiple Hunters in this lobby so far, which is very different than anything we've really been seeing today. We saw, I think, 1 player playing Hunter in the first game of the day in this lobby, but none of the other 2 lobbies are actually playing anything with Hunter right now. I find that very interesting. We'll talk about this more, though, after this round, because this looks like it might finally... I may have totally jinxed him.
Oh.
Prodigy changed things up. Prodigy, who had been doing this really cool druid thing, all of a sudden was like, yeah, you know what? I could still play my druids, but I could then also add in a bunch of other cool stuff and make that look really fun. That was gross. That's Silent done. He did not make it to the top 4. Rip us. Rip.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, Prodigy, he's been able to find the 3-star. I mean, the druids are really working well for him here. No one else is really going druids except for Zath, where Zath has actually been kind of the quiet killer. We haven't really talked about Zath that much in this lobby, yet there he is at the top on a 6-win streak. And remember, he's one of our top players overall in the tournament. And Zath, he's the only other player going druid. So both Zath and Prodigy going druid, finding pretty good success. And Prodigy is the 3-star Warpwood Sage, a 3-star Whisper Seer. Meanwhile, Zath, the 3-star Razor Claw. So getting those 3 stars as a druid, they can really work out for you. But that being said, Prodigy, he's got to figure something out here. He just dropped. He was at the top of the lobby not too long ago, and now he's dropped to only a 7 HP.
Oh my goodness, yeah, it just goes to show a couple bad rounds. If you get the bad matchups, not able to really rally there. Oh, okay, could be kind of fun. But yeah, interesting to see. Now we're spectating Bedio. by like a single auto attack was he able to take down Benny in that last one. He's now 4-0 against him, but Prodigy, we have to watch Prodigy here to round this one out. I need to see how this potential final battle for him is going to go. His Siren does get off an ult to start things off, but I'm not sure it actually went through and finished. It didn't, but the other Sirens did, which means the Petrify didn't come out for Prodigy. Oh my goodness, that's probably going to be it. Betio actually ends up going down before him, so he does scrape a top 4 that's massive, but little things like that, only a level 1 Siren, not able to keep her alive long enough to get that ult off, made all the difference in the world. And now Norm, no, it's not his name, Norm is up at the top with 35 HP. Zath, we didn't talk about him a whole lot this game. He's got that level 3 Razor Claw with the Druid, and he's now in 3rd place. Guaranteed top 3. Excellent, but can he make it more?
Yeah, and Prodigy got knocked out, and Prodigy was going Druid, so I wonder if Zath benefits from that. And actually, I think he just did. He just picked up some Druid pieces from what Prodigy has dropped. And also, Prodigy was really lacking on damage. He had the 3-star Druids, he had a bunch of sustain, but not a lot of damage output, so he was taken out. But let's see how Zath can do with these Druids. And looks like Zath taking a lot of damage there. Yeah, he's just going to get taken out of the game. And I wanted to say something a little earlier, too, about Prodigy. Maybe the fact that the Druid was so sustaining and he had those 3 stars, that might have gotten him 4th instead of 5th. Because if he didn't have that sustain, he's going to be wiped much quicker, and he's going to be in 5th there. But since he had a little bit more sustain, that might have gotten him a nice spot there. A nice additional placing. So very nicely done there. And now we are down to 2. It is Norm, and it is Benny.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give props to Zath. He did pretty well there, all things considered. You know, he had the Assassins, was trying to make them work, was able to flex around, give them a decent front line to play behind with those Druids. But again, you know, a couple people looking to flex into that build there, especially early on off the back of that, the Goblins and the Assassins. He was able to ride the Assassins out, transition, make them work. But again, top 3, really darn solid. He's now had 4 top 3 finishes. And are we actually going to see... We're actually going to see potentially playing into this Abyssal Guard here, playing around these Marines, which I really don't mind this decision at all here from Benny. Just a flat increase in magic resistance, just getting these quad Marines. I mean, 70% magic resist. That goes a long way. And he has the Agarsis. So not only is he taking away all this armor from his opponents, but he's also even tankier himself because of this MR. That's pretty darn cool.
All right, let's see what happens here. Still a decent amount of health to work with, so he's not necessarily worried about getting knocked out. It's also got the Siren in play. We've seen a lot of Sirens in action today, just trying to lock down the enemy team. And there we see a nice victory there by Benny. Very nicely done. Keeping his streak alive. Both players with the winning streak right now. But that is impossible to continue because they've got to face each other.
They do indeed. And the way that ends up working is they can win on one board that we're seeing, and then the other way it flips over. They can win on the other board because they're not actually facing up in real time. So they can actually theoretically continue these streaks for a little bit here until things are going to start to line up. But this is actually
never
interesting.
Tell me the odds.
Wait. Okay, Han Solo. This is interesting board placement. I will get every one of those nerd culture references you make 100% of the time. Every I will be right there with you, Axel Sauce.
Yeah, wow, it's like
I will get them all. As we are seeing, my goodness, these petrifying, the Siren ult, the Abyssal, it's so scary to deal with. And Benny continuing to hold strong, and the win streak continues. Oh my goodness. And here comes the level 3 Dwarf Sniper, and he's so close to that level 3 Abyssal Guard as well. This could be the big difference maker here for Benny. But I have to watch Norm's board now because he's also technically been winning. These have been so weird.
Yeah, they're both winning on each other's boards. And the dwarf sniper is interesting. It's not AOE. It's like the main criticism, right? Yep. I mean, a 3-star dwarf sniper is nutty, but only against one. Where in auto chess, it really is about the AOE as the game goes along. Like, how can you scale that crazy AOE damage, especially in the later stages? So that's what makes me a little bit afraid for Benny here, even though he does have that Dwarven Sniper. So let's see how this unfolds.
There we go.
Actually, look at that. Benny prevailing. And that's going to put an end to Norm's win streak. Okay, it's working.
So there's a really cool interaction that I want to point out, and that's because of the passive of the dwarf here for the dwarf sniper. He's actually able to sit far enough back that he's out of the range of the abyssal gaze of Norm's siren. So he didn't actually get frozen by putting him back here in the corner. He didn't actually get frozen when that ult went off, which meant that he was able to keep shooting, keep dealing damage, and it made a massive difference over time, over the course of this fight. Let's watch this one more time.
Can Benny avenge the normal names in the lobby? Joseph and Jared slaughtered earlier, but Benny still alive. A 7-win streak.
Oh,
trying to take out Norm. And this time, it looks like he gets taken out. This is close, man. Benny all the way down to 3 HP. GG Norm down to 11 HP.
They both lost. They both lost on that board. That's hilarious. So both have won and both have won, and now both have lost and both have lost. That is actually ridiculous. Interesting. Actually going to have to take the Scryer out here for Benny. The level 2 Scryer for Norm, I think, doing just a little bit more there. But like the pulse and play. Okay, there is so many tiny mechanical things happening right now. This is really, really cool to watch.
Yeah, we got it's very likely this is going to be the last neutral round that we're going to see before we find out who is going to win this lobby. It's pretty close. The 3-star dwarf sniper, man. It's got the, how do you even say that, Molnir item on there. Stacked on items basically, and the items are only getting better because we just had a neutral round. So hooray, more items for everyone. But making this hunter composition work, and he's got the Agarsis involved as well. As I mentioned, it's something I try to do. I just like as we talked about, I just like the idea of taking armor from my opponent with the Agarsis, and Agarsis just goes well with hunter. That leads me into dragon play a lot too, because you have Umbra, who's both Agarsis and hunter, but no dragon play here from Benny. It's going to be the 3-star dwarf sniper, and you can see him moving around the dwarf sniper as well, trying to keep his opponent guessing on where exactly it is. And here we go. This could be the final moments.
We are seeing that abyssal gaze coming on through, and we are not seeing, oh no, that's just going to be it. That's just going to be GG. Oh my goodness. As Benny is able to take the victory in that one. Such good play there, moving that sniper around. And he was able to get that last key level 2 unit when he absolutely needed it there at the end. It came down to the wire, though. That was one of the closest back and forth battles we've seen yet in one of our games. That was kind of unique because before we've seen battles like 3 and 4 people sort of towards the top end of the peloton. But this time it was really a true 1v1. And it really came down to the wire. But props to both those players. They absolutely earned that top 2 spot.
And Norm is going to be thrilled about that because he's already dancing on the dance floor right now. He's top 2 overall. He gets 2nd place there, so he's going to be pretty happy about that, even though he didn't win that lobby. So shout out to I guess our Canadian players as well. Top 2 Canadian players there in that lobby.
Oh,
so shout out to you, Paul.
Feels good, man. Thank you. I'm going to just by proxy, I'm just going to take this victory. Because you know what? It was a stellar victory. We need to highlight it one more time in our Xperia highlights from that game number 4. Axel Toss, walk us through it because there were a lot of interesting small things done well over the course of that game.
Yeah, we're going to start with Prodigy going up against Benny here. Prodigy had a really good game to lead things off. Had a 5-win streak here, 3 goblins, and he's going to be just fine. Able to get a nice streak on in the early game, as we see in the bottom. A few players going for those lost streaks. Now we're going to move on to Zath, who's been so strong today. He's going up to 6 assassins here and building himself up to a nice 5-win streak. Able to get a nice win here against Benny. We also see a couple 3-stars involved in his composition, also leaning towards the Druids. But it would not be enough as Zath here in round 34 getting pretty wiped by Betial there in that. And actually, that is such a huge loss because he had 16 HP there. So getting 16 HP knocked off at once is not too fun to have happen. Meanwhile, round 36 on over to Norm himself, as dubbed by Paul the Wise. Norm putting in work here. and both players prevailing. We see the door sniper, only level 2 there, not going to be enough for Benny, but Benny would have the last laugh. As now we see the door sniper in the bottom right, 3-star. You can see in the DPS counter in the right side of the screen too, just the ridiculous damage output coming out from that door sniper. All the way up to 9k, 10k, no problem. You almost have to just identify a 12k damage at the end there. You almost have to identify where that door sniper is, try to figure out a way to take him out, because that door sniper can be a monster. You got to lock him down somehow if it becomes a carry for the other team.
Yeah, no, that's just one of those, one of the situations where a little bit of luck went a long way, and capitalizing on it. Because we never want to just, obviously there's a decent amount of RNG involved with any auto battler, but we never want to just pin it down to that. We obviously have to highlight the skill of these players to work around it, knowing when they need to roll down, knowing when they need to level, knowing when they need to sacrifice HP, knowing when they need to go on a streak, and they're able to put it all together to find a win, which is what we saw just there. But we're not done yet for the day. Toss. Go take a break. You've earned it. We've got one more day, or one more game left for the day. We've got 2 more days of action. What am I even saying? But before we do get to that break, I need to give some big shout outs here, of course, to our amazing partners here. Of course, Sony and Xperia. The Xperia One, I've got a chance to use it quite a bit over the last few weeks, and I have to say I've been super impressed with this phone. When it comes to mobile gaming, it's got features built in, like the game enhancer, which is something that I'm a huge fan of, because you know what? Sometimes you just want to chill out and not be disturbed by things. So the fact that I can just mute all notifications, I can just let my game play, I can maximize it for optimum performance and battery life, goes a long way. And of course, having that 21:9 cinema wide display and a 4K OLED screen goes a long way to add to my enjoyment of these games. It has been a lot of fun having Xperia on board as our official mobile partner, even going so far as to be able to send players phones to play on, having them have this experience as well, and hearing awesome feedback from them has been great. So thank you so much to Sony and Xperia for joining us here once more. But Axel Toss is back for a little bit, just to tell us his experience now being able to use the phone, because you've also got a chance to play around with it, sir.
Yeah, I've got one of them too, the Sony Xperia 1. I'll just give my really quick thoughts when I opened it and when I'm kind of playing with it and feeling around with it. It's very lightweight is something I noticed. It's a very lightweight phone. It's very thin. So I think a lot of people care about, like, is it too clunky? Is it too big? Is it too big in my pocket? Is it hard to carry? Is it hard to move around? One of the first things I noticed, I mean, I'm not going to throw it up in the air or anything, but one of the first things I noticed, it's light. It's easy. I feel like you don't necessarily want to fill it up to capacity to like junk it up, which is up to each person and what apps they put on their phone. But out of the box, this thing super lightweight. It feels super nice in your hands. It's a really nice phone. And right now, I guess I don't know if people can see this, but I have the chat up.
Hello.
I have the chat. I have the Twitch chat on the phone. Can you guys see yourselves? Probably not. It's washing itself out on the screen. But you guys are gonna have to trust me that I got the chat on my phone right now, and I'm happy with it. I like it.
Awesome. No, that's obviously great to hear, and we're super happy to be able to talk about the Xperia One to the community, to folks who may not have heard about it before. So thank you so much, Axel Toss, for chiming in there. But I had mentioned before, we have one final game left today. But if you watching this at home, you chilling out, enjoying the stream, have yet to go follow us on social media, you should probably go do that. If you want to stay up to date with all things here for the Mobile Open for Auto Chess, you should hit !social in the chat. Head on over to Twitter. Head on over to the Discord. We also have an Instagram as well, ESL Mobile. I do fun updates there on occasion if you want to check that out. We're going to jump onto our break now. I need to sip water. I need to relax because these games have been intense, and I expect game number 5 will be no different.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 5 playoffs here for Auto Chess. My name is Paul and Toddkill, and I am so excited to be bringing you all of the amazing action here. The top 24 players in North America have competed for 6 weeks in pitched competition, all to make it here to our playoffs. But only 8 across all 3 of our mighty stacked groups are going to make it on to our finals. Asphalt is also here. He's been helping me break down all these plays all day long, enjoying the action. What do you think so far, Asphalt? What has been your favorite composition to watch?
The Venomancer. The Venomancer is, I just came up with this on the fly. The Venomancer is the Venomancer to all your questions when it comes to auto chess. You see what I did there? That was okay, right? Anyway, this unit is a beast. Thanks for giving me any sympathy, Paul, and of course anyone in the chat. Even a smile is all I look for. But it's a ton of fun, and it's a great point. What are we going to see, and what's going to be effective? We're seeing goblins a bunch in the early game. We're seeing Venomancer being quite strong. And we have, for example, we haven't seen too many knights in play, really. We haven't seen really any huge knight compositions. We've seen a Garrus Hunter be really strong. Kind of strangely, a lot of people have commented, but it's been quite well. So it's been a lot of fun, and we got one more here, and I want to remind everyone we're coming back next week also, and the week after that. So it's there's a lot more coming your way. So be sure to follow the channel, and I hope you guys are enjoying the stream, because if you do, you can tune in next time, and we're going to be having auto chess all through the next few weeks.
I think that's so important to note as we look at our leaderboard here. When you take a look at these scores, these are just the beginning. These are just day number 1. These players are playing 12 matches over the course of 3 weeks. They're playing 5 today. They're playing 5 next Friday. They're playing 3 or 2 more each the Tuesday after that. And that final day, we're not missing any matches here on stream. We are watching all 6 to determine who will be the top 8 to advance. See that line there, the right side of your screen? That's the cutoff point. You want to be on the top side of that line. You want to be on the left hand of our screen. And it looks like Zaf in the performance that last game, Norm has actually surpassed him in first place. And all of these sort of tied scores are finally starting to shake on out.
Yeah, and my 2 biased picks of Monty and Vince, they're up there. They're in that top 8. But look at how close this is. This is going to get so crazy as we keep going through, because literally, again, I'm not the math guy. It's Paul, but I think there's 4 points separating Zath and Devless, right? 30 and 26, and that's 7 places. Wow, I did pretty good math there. You're not supposed to do math on stream. But the point is, these guys are so close, and we still have so many games to go. So it's a ton of fun. Anything can happen here. Monty and Vince are still my biased picks.
Well, let's take a look at the rest of this here. And yes, kids, never do caster math. It is invariably going to go horribly wrong. But the boy Ziggy, the young legend, is just outside of that first place, still doing quite well. And again, 32-21. That's the spread right now. They are still so close. As we take a look down towards the rest of this, Pure Zune has been able to step up a little bit here out of that last place. Kogaboss, though, down at the very bottom there with 7. Not had the best day so far, but still not out of this yet. A solid performance here, and a solid day number 2 could bring him right back into contention. So lots of still good players still, to do well. But as we take a look at this, Vince, Pouty Panda, 2 of our favorites, mine, one of the returning stars from season 4, and yourself, one of the established legends here in auto chess, that is Vince, going toe-to-toe in this lobby. Of course, Dog Bun, one of my favorite names of all time, also with Nova. This is going to be pretty fun.
Yeah, and again, deadlocked. 1st through 5th, they're 28, 26, 26, 24, 23. So close across the board, and we saw how close the overall leaderboard was. So these guys have been playing well, and the matches are only getting more important. The pressure is only mounting. So gone is the time of hiding your builds. This is the time to bring out everything you have. This is the time to start rolling higher. I can't emphasize that enough. Roll higher right now.
Just go even further beyond. Just roll higher. All right, I hear what you're saying there, Ax. I get you. But still, I don't think there's any time to hide strats or save strats even. No, you're not. What? I'm not going to roll this. You take what pieces you're given, you make the best of it, and we'll see if the players are able to do just that as we get into our final game of the day here in group number 2.
Yeah, last game of the day. I hope everyone has been having fun. I've been having a lot of fun. And again, we'll be back next week. So be sure to tune in again next week. Follow the channel. It's really cool seeing everything that ESL is putting together with the ESL Mobile Open. I'm just working on auto chess, but they've got a lot of other stuff going on. So definitely worth checking all that out. And enjoy as these tournaments all unfold, building towards playoffs and lots of money being given out to these players. So here we are in the game. I'm not sure why one of our players is called AI player. Not sure what's going on there.
Maybe Kokoboss did or did not join the lobby. I can't confirm or deny. No, he didn't join. He was not able to join, unfortunately, for our final game of the day. Which obviously is unfortunate.
Should I jump in?
But
Axel Toss.
I need you to cast.
Okay, you're right.
I need you to cast Axel
You're right.
Toss. Bear with
You're
me
right.
here, buddy. Come on.
I'm
Look.
sorry.
You mentioned this. We have these other tournaments that are going on, all part of the ESL Mobile Open. I'm casting all of them. I'm casting 3 days a week, which means I'm going to get tired. I need you here, buddy. I can't do this alone. All right. I got PUBG Mobile. I got Clash of Clans. I got auto chess. There's a lot of things to remember and keep it all straight in my brain. That's what you're here for.
But Paul, this makes me want to play on my Sony Xperia 1 phone.
Oh, I understand the urge. I do. I have 2 of them next to me. I have one for each hand. You just have to wait. Just take it easy. Take it easy when you're making dinner
last
later.
Question before we really dive into the game. Have you played auto chess on each phone, like 2 games at once before? Have you tried that?
I'm pretty sure that's against terms of service. I've definitely not done that. All right.
You'd have to use 2 accounts. I feel like it'd be difficult.
I feel like it would be that's like one of those like 3D or 4D chess situations, like a Jimmy Neutron meets Data from Star Trek. I just can't do it. I can't do that. Just too much processing going on all at once here. But you know who can probably do stuff like this? It's our players here in this lobby. No, not what? No. It's the top 24 players in North America, Axel Toss. It's the guys who've been grinding for 6 weeks to make it here. All right.
Our AI player is at the top. Is this the moment AI rises up? Is this the time?
I always believed in you, Skynet. Just for the record.
Is this the moment? Will AI player teach us all how it's done and crush the humans in the lobby? That's a question I'm asking, to be honest.
All right. That's a fair question.
The Turing test.
We'll find out. You know what? Let's not dive into that. That is scary, and I don't need any fear on my Friday night. I only need excitement at this lobby. As Dogbun and Vivo are also doing quite well here. Potentially playing into the Kira here as well as getting that Cave Clan buff going with the Warriors. This is an interesting variation we haven't seen a whole lot of here. Warriors have really only had 1 successful game, and it was that first game with Zaf.
Yeah, and like the 2-star Tusk champion we saw in the early stages of last game. And the same thing with Knights. Where are the Knights? Like, no one's really going Knights. I don't know. We're all learning stuff here. The meta could be changing as we speak. Across different regions, there could be different playstyles happening. For some reason, 3 players are going Witcher here, including our AI player. I don't know. It's curious, kind of the strategies you've seen, but we're definitely seeing favorites for these players, and it's been Goblins early. And then it's been not Knights. It's been not Knights later on. Just like Venomancer plays, we get some Assassins plays mixed in, a little bit of Druid working its way in as well. We've seen some strong Mage comps, but I don't think we've seen a Mage comp that has just destroyed and won everything. So we're still, a lot of this is, we still have to sit back, relax, and watch these strategies unfold to see what these players have for us.
Oh, totally. I mean, this is a drop in the bucket. This is the tip of the iceberg. This is really, for us at least, learning about what these different players are favoring, what even these different group metas are going to start to favor. I think we are still so far from seeing really the highest tier play here. I think we're really only going to see it on day number 3 once really everything is really shaken out. I think a lot of it's going to play around the Kira and some of the divinity stuff as well. I feel like that's really where things are going to get interesting. I think maybe mage play is going to show up there with some warlock stuff as well, flexing into goblins, playing around those venomancers. But again, I think there's still a lot left to be discussed here, because again, part of the fun of an auto battler is sort of that sense of rock paper scissors. It's, the X comp beats Y comp and Y comp beats Z comp. There's definitely a lot of different elements to that here. So seeing, some top opponents going one build might incentivize you to try and look for that counter.
So far here in this game, we're seeing, not surprising at all, goblins all across the lobby. I see a 1-star Lightblade Knight. Oh wait, that's our AI player. Our AI player going for a Lightblade Knight. We haven't really seen a strong Lightblade Knight come out. We haven't really seen a really strong Fallen Witcher come out. It's kind of something I was thinking about. That's something that happened at the Auto Chess, the $1 Million Auto Chess Invitational. We had a couple matches where some players just went all into the Fallen Witcher, and it was a monster. So we haven't really seen anything like that here, with the exception of, like, I guess the Venomancer being the focus as the monster, like, carry. So I'm still curious to see how these different strategies will develop, if there's any strategies we haven't really seen yet make the light of day. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on all that. I'm still going to be a little biased towards Vince here, though, to be clear.
Yes, no, I wanted to jump on board with him. He's been able to, a little lost at the start, but able to get some wins together. Now dropping down a decent amount, but still being able to keep his experience in pretty good shape, or his money in pretty good shape, I should say. Deep Blue actually early leveled, spent everything, rolled down to 0 to get level 6 here as well. So interesting from him, because he's not on a win streak, but he's going to try and create one here and look to keep that alive. But he's struggling, even though he had that extra piece on the board. But he is going to be able to get that win here, and he is going to be able to get that win streak going. So I don't mind that decision at all. Spend that gold early, get those levels going, and try and get that streak underway.
Yeah, it was interesting how it looked like he had a bit of a loss streak early on, but I wonder if that's a strategy that's at least a little abandoned, because you don't know if you're going to go up against the AI player, and if you're trying to open fort against the AI player, or you might accidentally win that. So maybe that's why the loss streak is a little harder to go for in this lobby. I'm not sure. I'm kind of just thinking out loud. Maybe it's harder to go for a loss streak with that AI player around. But yeah, I'm definitely going to keep a close eye on Vince. Looking on through this lobby, I'm seeing a couple warriors being built by Dog Bun and Deep Blue. We'll see. Not committed at all, though, just one. So we'll see how. But those are the only two going for warriors. So we'll see if they pursue that a little more. We've seen a lot of spirit play so far today, and for now it's Vivu that's going for at least one spirit. He's got a Thunder Spirit on the board, but no one really else in the lobbies has picked up a spirit piece. Insectoid coming out from Deep Blue. Yeah, we're still in the very early stages here of this round, so not too much being revealed as far as mid to late game strategies just yet. Still a pretty even lobby across the board.
Yeah, I really like to see this here. No real blowouts to start things off, and again, I think you're absolutely correct. The inclusion of that AI might have actually changed some of the players' decisions about going full open fort here and really trying to ride these loss streaks. Just because it's going to be so much harder to do. Like, you really have to, because you want to tote that line. You want to put enough units out that are just good enough so that you don't get absolutely wiped, and you can keep as much HP as possible. You only want to lose a couple, 3 or 4 or 5 HP max sort of around. But at the same time, the AI is going to be so much worse than everybody else that there's actually legitimately a chance that you win that, and that totally changes that up. I think that's actually kind of cool, because it does change the strategies that you need to do. Even if you're playing bad, the computer will play worse.
Yep. As of right now, yes. But AI, it's constantly being improved, so maybe not in the future. But for now, our AI player is not doing that well. But we're not going to focus too much on that. Not too much not really melding any synergies together. Not a whole lot going on for our AI player, so we'll mostly be ignoring him. Although I guess we could praise the 5 loss streak being helpful towards his economy, but he's probably not going to do much whatsoever. Meanwhile, speaking of loss streaks, we have the next best loss streak, if I may. Dog Bun actually able to figure out a loss streak for himself, so not really running into the AI player. Able to figure that out, going up to 30 on his econ. Meanwhile, Nova at the top, and I believe Nova was pretty deep into contention on our overall leaderboard, if I'm remembering correctly. Wasn't Nova, I believe, second or third in our overall leaderboard? So definitely going to be looking out for him to. He's definitely got top 2 on his mind in this match. And then, of course, Vincent is right up there in contention. Vincent a little bit lower in the leaderboard, so he's going to really try to win this. Meanwhile, Deep Blue, he's got himself a 5-win streak. I guess we're taking a look at him real quick. Let's see what he's got on the board. Deep Blue, he's got an Insectoid out, so already benefiting a little from that. Warrior Beast, not much else going on. He's got a level 2 Abyssal Guard, level 2 God of War, he's actually got 3 Abyssal. He's got 3 of those. Yeah, he's got 3 Abyssal Guards there actually in play. So,
all right.
Yeah, we'll see what he ends up going for. Still not a lot being indicated by any of these players on exactly what they're trying to do as the game goes along.
Yeah, that's so we're keeping an eye on here. So we did see Dog Bun actually facing up against Deep Blue. Deep Blue, who early leveled to 7 there, ahead of the curve, was able to keep that going. But he has been just rolling down to 0 to get to 8. In fact, he is hyper early leveling, and we'll see if that does end up paying off for him here. He's basically making up the difference in interest in his win bonus. That's sort of, I guess, the thought process here is he's trying to make up a bit of that difference there. We'll see if that's going to be enough as we're once again hopping on board with Dog Bun, who is going up against Very Nice now, who is looking to maybe end this loss streak right here. The loss streak will potentially end. Well, maybe not. No, he's gonna lose, because I keep having to remember the player we're seeing them playing against on our screen isn't necessarily who they're going up against for their actual matchup. So of course that's a really interesting one. Keeps you on your toes for that as a caster, because you're like, oh, he won. That's great. He'll do X damage. It's like, no, that's not how it works.
Yeah, it can definitely take a little getting used to, but it's a good point with Deep Blue. He's got the win streak going, but his econ is just not great at all. So, but he's leveled up all the way to level 8, so he's definitely gonna look to keep this winning streak going as long as possible. There's a certain point where you're like, look, I just want to get a huge win streak here. I just want to do as well as I can in the early game, and just due to the fact that there are other players losing, there's a less likely chance that you're gonna fall out at the bottom 3 if you're able to just pile a lot of wins early on. There's a good chance someone's going to be 40, 50 health below you, who you're not going to have to deal with. But best case scenario, you hold on to the win streak, you build exactly what you're looking for, and you turn that into a long-term play. We've seen that kind of fall apart. I think it was from our first game. I can't remember who exactly it was, but they had a win streak going, and then they ended up getting second to last in the lobby. So that's one of the balancing acts you have to play in auto chess. Sure, you can build up a huge winning streak in the early game, but you really got to focus on having a strong mid-late game to scale that into success, because it's not automatic. You can definitely find yourself tumbling from that top spot very quickly.
Yeah, that's not what any of these top players want to do. They want to try and maintain these streaks as long as possible. But another player who's up there towards the top of the leaderboard who hasn't quite been able to get that streak going yet is Nova, who's actually going to be going in through, looks like a feathered assassin build or something here as well, flexing into goblins a little bit. And assassins actually have been one of these compositions we've seen quite a lot throughout the day, but actually surprisingly sparse in this specific lobby. Not really a whole lot of people going that. So being able to get some uncontested assassins, we've seen the power of a level 3 Abyssal Crawler. It can be terrifying.
Yeah, and I just received word just to confirm, Nova is 3rd place overall. Whoa.
Nice.
Sorry, I'm looking at the board of Deep Blue. Just had 3 Lightblade Knights thrown at him in his selection, in his options, but he did not take any of them. So completely ignoring all those Lightblade Knights. It's curious how there's so many out there. But yeah, Nova is, yeah, I don't really get it. I guess we'll see if that changes at all. Just different play styles, different meta. Things are changing as time goes on. But yeah, Nova first in the group, top 3 overall. Vincent is also in contention overall.
Oh my goodness! Can we talk about these? Can we talk about these insectoids real quick? I mean, it's all about running those duplicates, and we saw a bunch of them coming out with the Doom Arbiters, with these Abyssal Guards, and they just did so much work, just really just going off right there. Because look at all these duplicates right up here at the front. This is going to be working really well with this insectoid synergy.
Yeah, and we've seen it a couple times today, and you know, Deep Blue, he's just
not
trying
even
to
starting
put
this up.
Yeah, he's he's trying to put everything together here to just keep the wins going. He does not want to even mess with not playing well here. He wants to just keep his spot at the top. Doesn't want to mess with losing at all. And he's going to try to keep adding to this advantage that he has, even though he's sacrificing his economy. I mean, his econ, he's been at 11. He's been very low in his econ. So there's a chance this could fall apart for him. But he's trying to delay that. We'll see if it works out.
Part of the
for him.
problem. Oh man, this is going to be close. That's stacked HP, and that is actually going to be the loss. We saw him lose, and Lucy did there on that board. Oh boy, oh boy. That's actually big, because I was going to say, like a house of cards, this one's kind of hanging on an edge. I don't know how viable running like full insectoid into the late game really is. I mean, I would be curious to hear chat's sort of opinion on that. But we'll Deep Blue, he's now sort of fallen off. There are no win streaks currently going on in this lobby, but Dog Bun has been on a 9-loss streak here. I need to check in with Dog Bun. He's making me hungry. I went to dinner, he had a hot dog. You know, that just sounds like I would be lovely. I'm gonna be honest. I may place an order for hot dogs after this.
And some poutine.
Oh yes, some poutine for all my friends up there in Canada. It'd be delicious.
Yeah, there you go. I'm a fan. That is another caster danger of making people hungry, including fellow broadcasters. So we'll have to be careful with that. But I'm sure everyone's going to be nicely well fed after the broadcast is over. But yeah, I mean, Dogbun also, his economy is crazy. He's at 72. He's got a huge bank. I'm wondering if he's still there. I think he is.
What?
10 loss streak. He has a ton of money.
I don't know
why he's not spending it.
After 50, you don't get any more interest. Like, there ain't nothing to be okay.
There we go.
Interesting. There he goes. There he spent it. All right, we're fine.
He's still gonna let this loss streak go, maybe? I mean, he's still got a fair amount of health to work with. Let's see how this works. Let's see how this goes. Going up against... Very nice.
Every time I hear that name now, I just giggle. I get a giggle out of it.
Hey, you started it, and I love it, man. I was laughing when you were doing that. So, you got me. You got me tickled, Paul.
Through the powers of the internet, we make it happen. You know, normally, you know, for those who are just turning in and aren't used to, or aren't necessarily used to watching the show week over week, normally we have, okay, that was a big pickup there across the board for Dog Bun. That was a lot of the level 2s he's looking for. Normally we're in a studio show. Normally it's as we're chilling on the couch, where we're laughing, we're having a good time. We've got catering. Oh, it's good. Oh, but, you know, of course, just by the nature of this, though, of course, in the situation going on, we're of course doing this broadcast remote, which has its own unique technical challenges. But of course, thank you to all of you guys who are still sticking with us, still hanging out, still enjoying the show. But it also then means that sometimes these jokes, this humor, doesn't quite translate to the internet as much. But I'm glad for us, Axel Toss, it doesn't matter that we're not in the studio. We're still having a good time.
Absolutely. And again, shout out to ESL for putting all this together. Vince is playing this game. He just said something in the chat. The bench of the AI was full of Whisper Seers. It was like there's like 7 Whisper Seers on the bench of the AI. I don't know what's going on there, but rip F in the chat for anyone trying to go Druid with that AI doing what he just did.
No Whisper Seer for you. Ha! Just not happening. But I also like
crazy,
the fact we're seeing a full warrior coming out here. We're actually seeing a rogue guard coming out now for Dog Bun. This is going to get really fun. I love warriors. I am personally biased, but this happens though when you play warriors. It's this moment where you literally don't have enough room on your board to get them all into melee range, and it can be kind of awkward.
See how it works here for Dog Bun against our player who's at the top of the lobby, Deep Blue, who also has no money, no economy to his name whatsoever. Kind of like me. Just kidding. It looks like Dog Bun, is his losing streak going to continue?
I don't think so. I think he finally found the level 2s that he was looking for. He's finally getting his warriors up and running. This is the beginning of the turn for Dog Bun. Round 22, a big old loss streak. Not an open forward off the bat. They had to play around the AI player, which I really respect. Being able to adapt on the fly to that. Forget your druids, you don't get them. Let's jump on board with Very Nice, who is still rocking the goblins, but has transitioned into Goblin Kira. with the Wizards as well, which I think is really fun. This is another one of these top strategies. We've actually seen this strategy win a lobby so far. I believe it's our third game of the day we ended up seeing. So let's see how this ends up going for him here.
Yeah, and side note, you got the chat talking about food, so good job, Paul. Frozor says he's eating steak and cheese subs, homemade beer battered onion rings. Oh, man. Frozor, are we hanging out? Are we gonna have a meal together, my friend? I'm coming over.
Like old school heroes.
Tell
pals.
us what
Come
you're
on,
eating. Tell us what you're eating in the chat, and take a picture of it with your Sony Xperia 1 phone.
I mean, if you want to get a Sony, and you can, because it's actually on sale right now. If you actually go to our website on our official mobile partner page, you can follow the link there. I think it's like $150 off right now. If you guys are actually curious to pick one up, then you can take pictures of it, of your food, to send us. It's a little convoluted. It's a bit of a process, but if you're into trying that one out, I know I'm down. I'm just saying.
I like it.
I like it. Let's do it. Who do you want to watch? Who's the term? We haven't watched Pouty Panda. I asked you the question, and then I completely ignored you giving me any answer.
You're fine.
Like a good caster, we do that never. Pouty Panda. We haven't watched him really all game. He is running another variant here. This time it's Warlock Divine, bringing the gods to bear. Let's see if he's going to have enough gas in the tank to sort of break through this middle of the pack here. No, it's definitely not. The answer is no. Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
That is Vince. That is the mighty Vince, leveraging the Tortella Elder. And let's see what else he's got going on. Vince with a Spirit Human. He's got 6 Mage going on.
Okay.
Yeah. That's a pretty powerful Mage composition. He's got the Shining Dragon in there. And actually adding to it, no, he's just going back up to 6 Mage. He's got the Shining Dragon. He's got the Thunder Spirit 2-star. He's got the Flame Wizard. And the Tortilla Elder. So really going heavy with the AoE. Going for this is the Mage AoE composition we look for, where you just try to wipe your opponent as fast as possible.
Yeah, but a couple of key units. He's got to get that Flame Spirit to level 2. He's got to, or that Flame Wizard to level 2. He's got to get that Tortilla Elder to level 2. Those are really the big ones. I mean, the composition's looking pretty good right now as it is, but once he gets those units leveled up, that Laguna Blade, as we're seeing right there, that Kamehameha, it does a lot of pain.
How does it go?
I'm not gonna yell the whole thing. You can turn into your favorite 90s. You can turn into your favorite 90s anime, and find
I almost
exactly
had you. You almost did it.
I know. I have neighbors. So they probably don't want to hear me just screaming lines from Dragon Ball Z at 7:40 on a Friday.
Tell them to tune into the stream.
You know what? Probably. Yeah. That could be an option.
Oh, man. Okay, we got a neutral round upcoming. We've kind of gone through everyone. Nova's at the top here, and it's interesting, the fight between Nova and Vincent. They're pretty high up there in our overall standings, so very, very critical game for both of them. They definitely want to come out. They both want to come out with the win here, so we'll see which one of them is able to prevail.
Vince, buddy Vince. That's the item you wanted.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of tank.
No.
Going on. He's got a ton of damage output with AoE, but nothing really to soak damage. So that's why that neutral round is no good for him. Let's hope for his sake that does not translate to the upcoming fights he's going to have against other players in the lobby. There's no doubt he can do a ton of damage, but the question is, can he stay alive long enough to do the damage that he wants?
That is really the big question here, and I wanted to jump back on board with it. You mentioned the battle between Nova and Vincent here, so I wanted to check out Nova's perspective, because somebody in chat earlier made a very interesting point, the idea of going for assassins while completely uncontested, and that's what we're seeing right now. Nova's really the last player trying to own these assassins right now and have his assassins own his opponents. Unfortunately, not going to be working here against Pouty Panda, because Pouty Panda is already level 10. He has fast leveled. He took a page out of Deep Blue's book, and he's deciding to see what he can see up top there at level 10, and did work for him right there as well.
Yeah, and inversely, Nova is only level 8, but still making it work there at the top. The problem for Nova is all the way down to 2 on that econ, so no economy whatsoever going on here for Nova. Investing a lot into the current state. Meanwhile, is able to rank up to level 8 So Nova and Vincent still at the top. Deep Blue on a 4-loss streak right now. It looks like we are taking a look at... Who are we watching here, Paul?
We are watching Nova once again because he has a level 3 Soulbreaker and a level 3 Abyssal Crawler, which almost, just barely was enough to take down the board of variants. So losing to Pouty Panda and Very Nice variants, very nice, back-to-back, could spell a little bit of trouble here for Nova. But Dog Bun, we got to jump back on board with Dog Bun. Somebody commenting more like God Bun, and I'm like, yeah, because he's doing pretty well. But unfortunately, his prowess in this lobby is kind of starting to slip away a little bit because he is now down, potentially facing a 7th place finish, which would not be ideal for him.
Yeah. Also, no money. Very low econ here for Dog Bun. Meanwhile, is that right? Only level 1? Wait, that can't be right. My overlay might be glitching out a little bit. Clearly, we have a level 3 swordsman from Dog Bun. That's that's pretty crazy. That can scale pretty well, and he's got 6 warriors going on. So getting 12 armor onto that swordsman. Okay. So
for concept,
all right, I'm picking up what the chat is putting down. That's pretty strong.
Yeah, that's over 1,100 magic damage if you get the full spin duration on just one unit. If he can get that off in a decently populated area, he can theoretically do up to like 4,000 damage just off one spin of that blade over the 5 seconds. So that could be, if done great, and that's not even buffed at all. That's not even, I mean, you don't normally, that's not really somebody, if you're going to throw your ability increasing items on, that's probably not somebody you're going to do it to. But in fact, really the only items that have been given here are on this Rogue Guard, which is level 2, I might add. With that crazy dance with the splash damage, that Rogue Guard can be absolutely terrifying. So I think the Dog Bun could be doing some cool stuff here.
All right, let's see what happens going up against Very Nice. I can't do it as well as you, I'll be honest. But let's see. Looking like Dog Bun is just super strong. I mean, I'm looking at the health bars on his pieces, and like not a lot is happening. The Swordman doing just fine, doing his ring around the rosy with his sword. But the last laugh belonging to Very Nice and Dog Bun are barely staying alive with 2 HP, but barely outlasting Deep Blue, who's going to be the first one, first non-AI player knocked out here.
And Deep Blue was off. What is with this? All these players who we like, man, what a great start. Goes in a 10-win streak. Looking amazing. Yeah. Early leveling. Good stuff. And first out. Wait, what happened? And that just tends to be the name of the game here. Just because you start things off strong, unless you can carry that momentum, unless you can transition well, it doesn't mean anything. And there is always a player ready right behind you to take you down.
Yes, and still very important lobby here for Nova and Vincent, mostly in this current state because of how well they're doing on the overall leaderboards. They're the ones really trying to push into our top 8, and we'll see if they can hold on here. Dog Bun trying to stay alive at the bottom. He's got a neutral round here to be able to save up some money so he can have more roll options. And let's see what he picks up. Doesn't like anything there. Okay, picks up Doom Arbiters. He's a Pirate Captain and another Doom Arbiter. Not getting those. Still rolling, still rolling. What is he looking for? Still rolling. Running out of money. Down to 7. Another Pirate Captain popping up. There's a Siren. Not interested in any of it. And now down to 3.
The Siren?
3
no need to Siren.
Okay.
Oh.
Mix it up.
He's one off. He was one off his Siren and his Dark Spirit. Those are the 2 key units he was looking for. The fact that he found the Siren now with this increased Abyssal Gaze, that's going to be pretty darn sick. Let's see what he can do with this here.
All right, going up against Very Nice once again. Let's see if he can change the tail. There's the 3-star swordsman dishing out a lot of damage. The Siren looks to be silenced actually, but it's okay. Yep, that's a Venomancer from Very Nice.
Oh no,
it's a very strong Venomancer. Also got a Fallen Witcher in the mix, and that's the end for Dog Bun.
Exact same thing we just saw. What? That's literally the exact same thing we just saw. That same thing. Very Nice, although also got defeated on his own board.
Oh, wow.
So Dog Bun, despite losing to Very Nice there right at the end by like 2 seconds, actually ends up outplacing him. That's just kind of mean.
That's Very Nice.
What a way to do it. And now Nova's got a Shadow Crawler up to level 3 as well. Oh my goodness. Look at the level 3s. 3 level 3 assassins now for Nova. He's sitting up at the top of the leaderboard. Oh boy, this is gonna get spicy. I don't look at when the crits, everything else are gonna start to come through. This is gonna be not a whole lot of fun to deal with.
Yeah, Vincent's looking strong. Look at him go. No problems whatsoever there for Vincent. Pow Panda is gonna get taken out. We got 3 players left in the lobby: Nova, Vincent, and Vivo. And we have F's in the chat for Deep Blue, who made an appearance in the chat. So cool to see that. We got Joseph also making an appearance in the chat. Hey, Deep Blue, you know what? You beat the AI, so good job, man. You know that you beat an AI. AI is pretty advanced these days, right? So I think that's good. But 3 players left. It's got to be between Nova and Vincent. We'll see if Vivu can come up with an upset.
Now we're seeing Nova and Vincent actually battling each other once again. Nova took it the last time these two faced, literally last round. But all these insanely powerful level 3 carry assassins, I think, are just too much for Vincent to deal with here. That's the win streak. Win streak as Vivu is now down to only 5 HP. It looks like this is Nova's game to lose at this point, getting those rolls. I mean, I always like to look for the 3 stars. It's always something that I'm really cognizant of, even early, even if it means not going to 10. That's something that I look for. And Nova, knowing he's uncontested in this build, knowing he has access to the full assassin pool, was like, that's how I'm going to play. This is what I'm going to do. And he made it look really darn good.
We're seeing that 3-star Abyssal Crawler a lot today, at least comparably. And that for Nova right now is pretty nuts. All the items on that Abyssal Crawler, even mixing in some tankiness there to help the sustain. So Nova looking super strong here. Vincent actually getting dropped pretty low in health. He's barely going to stay alive. This is pretty important here for Vince. He does not want to get 3rd here. He definitely wants 2nd. The 1st might be out of reach, so this might be like, okay, we got a neutral round here against the Black Dragon King, and then it's like, okay, I just hope I don't go up against Nova, because I don't see how Nova doesn't just slaughter the next person he plays and knocks him out here.
Yeah, I think we actually have to watch Nova, because there's a very real potential that, he just wins right here off this round. Vivu and Vincent could both lose their respective rounds, and this could be it, except for the fact that it's the Black Dragon King, and it's a neutral round, and I need to be paying more attention to what round we're on.
Close enough. Very quick neutral round there. Not too much trouble at all, of course, for these guys. Gonna have just a fine composition to deal with that neutral round. Black Dragon King. And now we have the critical moment. Who is gonna end up getting knocked out by Nova? I feel like that's what's gonna happen here. Nova's just gonna clean up the lobby. It just matters what order it's gonna be in.
All right. Well, let's see if this is going to be it. It all comes down to one potential final round. Vivo was able to get his Dark Spirits level 2. That black hole could be massive. That percentage HP could tick away. But I don't know if into the mass 3-star Assassins of Nova it's going to be enough. And we have Vincent and Nova. Stop popping up items. I don't care about you right now. I just want to see this Abyssal Crawler go off. And oh my goodness, that's just going to be it. I called it. I predicted it. GG. Nova takes the lobby in stride. Oh my goodness, that was a performance, identifying that he had the build that nobody else was going. Nobody else after that early game was going to stick with Assassins. He's like, that's fine, I guess. I guess I'll just roll really hard on this and look for 3s and find them. He did. His sacrifice to RNGesus was well received, because he got 3 3-star heavy hitters there at the end, and they just carried him to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Auto chess is kind of like scanning the environment of the game and trying to logically choose what build will give you the most success. And that was probably a very calculated play there by Nova, somehow recognizing that Assassins were either he was picking up all the Assassins or no one else was really picking up Assassins. So heads up play there from Nova, just stacking up the 3 stars. And then he's probably just sitting back and smiling and relaxing. And actually, that made me think of the question I wanted to ask earlier. I know we're at the end of the show right now, but I'm curious, because this is the mobile open. You play with your phone. Paul, this is an open question. I'm asking you too, Paul. Where is your favorite place to play auto chess on your phone? Is it on your bed? Is it at your desk, near your computer while you're doing other stuff on your computer? Is it in the bathtub? Is it out on the balcony while are you going camping and playing auto chess? So I'm curious, Paul, your answer. I'm curious, everyone in the chat, and I'm also very curious. These players, like, I'm kind of like, where do you think these players are playing who are playing in this tournament? Like, where are they chilling with their phone? Because you can kind of be anywhere to play. So there's an open question for Paul in the chat.
Yes. Long and short answer. Well, I used to be able to, before I moved to California, go camping quite a bit, and I would definitely take my phone with me and grind out quite a few games of whatever mobile game I was playing at the time when I was out camping, to the point where it may have caused some tension. My girlfriend was like, "Paul, we got to go do things now and stop playing games on your phone." Look, that may or may not have happened. I'm just saying, but no, plenty of places to play and compete on the balcony, soak up some rays because we can't really go out. Otherwise, right now is also a great option. But you know what? Let the chat get the rest of that answer. And let's take a look at our Xperia highlights from that last game. Axel Toss, it was such a strong showing from Nova, but other players definitely had some spots to shine over the course of that game.
Yeah, let's take another look. And it all started with the ferocious run from Deep Blue. He was at the top of the lobby pretty much the entire way before being the first player knocked out. So remember this screen, because the fortunes changed for Deep Blue for sure as everything went along. A 7-win streak there, he's going to clean up, but that story would not continue as we move on to round 24, where we have Nova going up against Vio. He's going to have 7 assassins going to work here, and that's going to find him success. And remember, Nova was our winner in the overall lobby. The assassins really coming through for him. More on that later. Here is Vivo in round 29 going up against Pal Panda, viewing very nicely with 6 mages. No problem whatsoever. Paul, you were talking about how much you like seeing those mages unleash all their abilities at once, and here we have Dogbun in round 31 getting that 3-star swordsman and just putting in a ton of work here. And there we see him actually, I think he fell here because the Venomancer on the other side from Very Nice ended up being a little bit too much. Very close battles all the way throughout. We also see a level 2 Fallen Witcher there, which we haven't seen too much Fallen Witcher today, which is a little surprising. And now we're moving on to Vincent up against Nova, and Vincent is unable to figure out this that's just so strong going up against those assassins. So Vincent not able to deal with that. And finally, here we have Nova doing what he does best within this lobby, going for that strong assassin play. No answer to all these 3-star assassins, and Nova cleaning up. And again, I'm not trying to do math, but that puts him in a very nice place in our overall standings.
Yes, we'll be able to check out those final standings before we wrap up for the day. But while we wait for our awesome admin team to tally all the scores, make sure all that math, not caster math, all that math is correct, I have to give a huge shout out once again, to AT&T, the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open, helping to make all of this a reality, helping to give all you fun fans in the chat a tournament to watch, and all of you players games in which to compete, helping to support the prize pool, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of the year, up for grabs, and a chance to play on some of North America's largest stages, which is always fantastic. And of course, I have to give a shout out to Sony with their Xperia 1 for being our official mobile partner here for the Season 5 playoffs. Thank you so much to Xperia for joining us once again for the Mobile Open and helping to, espouse the good word of mobile gaming and mobile esports, because this is a phone built for gaming, which is awesome to see. People or companies, when they're going to make these phones, keeping that in mind, whether it be the game enhancer mode, whether it be the 21:9 cinema wide display, whether it be the super powerful processor, making sure you're always getting 60 frames per second, it makes a big difference. So thank you so much to Xperia. I have to welcome Axel Toss back though, because dude, this was a day of games. This was our first day of games. Give me some of your final closing thoughts on the day. Any surprises? Anything, the things kind of go how you expected?
Well, I mean, for me personally, it's really cool to see some newer names that I haven't seen too much of before doing really well, seeing all the different strategies employed. It's also really fun seeing players that I have seen, like Vince and Monty, doing pretty well. And I'm just really, I'm a big fan of open tournaments. I'm a big fan of accessibility for anyone to be able to play and compete. So I'm just thrilled to be involved with this tournament done by ESL. And I think it's a great opportunity for anyone to kind of sign up and play and compete. And it's just a super fun environment, a very competitive environment. So it's really fun for me to help tell the stories of these players as they try to become the champion.
I could not agree more. It's a fun environment. It's even made more fun when you've got the little goblin dude just chilling over your shoulder there, giving me the stink eye. And yeah, there we go. Hello. Just okay. All right. There we are. All right. Yeah, but I've gotten word, Axel Toss. I've gotten word that our leaderboard is ready. The final tally on the day. Who walks away from day number 1 in first place? Who is it gonna be? It's Zath and Nova tied. Nova with that clutch first place finish at the end to help secure first place. But oh my goodness, 7 points. That's the difference between first and 8th right now. That is the difference between players going on to the finals and not there. So wow, just overall an incredible showing from those teams. Wow, Zath so consistent, Nova consistent, Devless as well. I am just so impressed with all these players.
Yeah, and still many more games to be played. So it is close. There's still lots of opportunity for lots of these players. And Monty and Vince, we see them doing their thing. I think they're going to be in the top 8. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited to see what happens next week.
Yeah, and even to those players Yeah, no, I mean, and even to those players down towards the bottom of the leaderboard, they still have a chance to come back. They still have a chance to rally here because, again, it is only day number 1. 5 games of 12. More than half of the games are still yet to be played. They can go back. They can watch the VODs. They can see what the other groups are doing. They can see what their opponents are doing, and they can try and emulate those strategies that the players at the top are having success with. There is a lot of opportunity to still advance here in the Mobile Open because that's really what it's all about. It's all about improving, getting better. And if you're an amateur player, never really thought you could compete in a tournament like this, well, this is the place to do so, and it's great to see.
Yeah, I love it. Bring it on.
Yeah,
let's keep the games going. We don't have to leave, do we?
I want to order hot dogs. All right, you got me hungry. And dog bun. Look, there's a place
you
called
started
Dog House.
it.
It's down the road. It has like you can get like fried onions and stuff on it. I don't know if they do takeout. I'm gonna find out if they do takeout. Being fully serious right now, I'm really excited for that to happen. Give me your final last. Sum it up in one sentence. What were your final thoughts on the day?
Hey, today was a ton of fun. Shout out to the chat for being super active, and shout out to all the players who are hanging out in the chat. By the way, Monty, my boys in the chat, I see you. Good job today. And excited again. I'm just so excited to see how this action continues. Thanks for having me.
Awesome. It's amazing to have you here, Axel Toss. Cannot wait to come back even stronger in week number 2. I will say goodbye to you for now. Go take a rest. Enjoy your Friday evening. Enjoy your weekend. You deserved it. And once again, I will emulate that. Thank you all so much to the folks in the chat for being so active all night long, for giving us the insight into these players, all their the strategies and stuff like that. We're learning right along with you. But of course, if you guys want to stay up to date, if you guys want to make sure that you don't miss any of the auto chess action here for the ESL Mobile Open, ! Follow in the chat. Hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up on Instagram. Hit us up on Discord. There's a lot of amazing things happening. And heck, if you guys want to get involved with some awesome community nights going on, if you guys play other games like, I don't know, maybe Legends of Runeterra, maybe Brawl Stars. We have one of the first Legends of Runeterra tournaments happening every single Tuesday. Hundreds of dollars in prizing up for grabs as well. If you guys are a fan of mobile games in general, that's definitely the place to do so. And of course, ! GLHF in the chat. Get your any key badge on with the good luck, have fun pledge. Definitely check that one out. So I think that's it from all of us here at ESL for the Mobile Open. It has been an amazing week of action, whether it be in PUBG Mobile, whether it be in Clash of Clans, whether it be in auto chess. We are just having so much fun in the playoffs. From all of us here, I will sign off now. I will say goodnight. We will see you next time.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.